Is
flavored.
it funny?
Yeah.
Nothing flavored.
Nothing flavored.
Fucking what a shithole. God, I'm so glad I left that fucking place. Is there fiberglass in tobacco? Fiberglass?
It's a complete mist.
Okay, no evidence for this, although it gets repeated by many anti-ST. What's ST?
Smokeless tobacco.
Okay. We've heard the claim that fiberglass creates little cuts that allow absorption. Oh, so it's just bullshit. Well, that's good. That's good to know.
Oh, good.
That would be horrible.
The internet says it must be true.
Must be.
Yeah.
ChatGPT's never wrong. We were talking about this lady that got arrested, and she was bringing in frog embryos, and they're trying to deport her to Russia, illegally bringing in frogs. She's a researcher. Research, I guess?
So here's the article. This is a different article than the one you sent me. This is the one from April I found that still talks about her arrest and everything.
Okay, so she is also working on some cancer detection technology.
This article says that no one can fully unlock the data's potential except her.
Oh, interesting. Yep. And that's why they want to lock her up.
Well,
it can't just be frogs. She's working for Harvard, and she's got frog embryos that are illegally being brought back to the United States.
Something I was reading said that this generally is a fine, sometimes maybe a couple months of detention, but she's also asking to not be deported back to Russia. She wants to go to France, and that's part of the issue, too.
Oh, it might be a thing where Putin's like,
oh, she's an she protested against the war in Ukraine.
Okay.
There's a lot going on.
You have a woman that we are very interested in, and we put frogs in her backpack. You will find her with these frogs, and then you will send her back to us. We have to talk to her. And they probably don't want to talk to her unless if she's been locked up since February for frogs.
Wait,
yeah. Meanwhile,
just
in
finding out about it?
California, you fucking murder somebody, they let you right back out.
Yeah.
Pull a knife on a cop, they let you right back out.
I think I'm gonna get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you at now?
I'm still there.
What part?
I'm in Malibu.
Yeah, get the fuck out of there.
But Malibu is
It's nice.
we're not in the shit. You know?
Yeah, but it's like having a beautiful house in the ghetto. It's like, yeah, it's nice where you're at. It's nice. Beautiful ocean that's
So where's the
filled
best
with
place to
toxic
go, though?
pollutants now.
That's true.
I'm biased. I think right here. I like Texas. This is the last stand. This is the Alamo.
It is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Just how they've been able to sustain, and you know what happened with COVID.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been a few states that held the line during COVID, and it just shows you the importance of good government. Yeah, or just government that allows people to just be free and operate the way they'd like to.
I know there's a lot of Texans who wanted to keep the California out of Texas if you moved here.
That's a good idea, because a lot of these retards are coming here with some of the same ideas that they left with. Well, we got to get away from these people, but why is everyone here voting red? You shouldn't be voting red. You need to be voting blue. There's like cult members. There's like Democrat cult members. There's reasonable people.
Blue no matter who, but
that's good. It's so goofy.
You know, some
red
of
till
these
I'm
cities,
dead. All that shit's goofy.
Look at the beautiful cities that we used to have in California.
Oh my God.
What's happened to 'em?
I used to love LA. I used to love it. Every time I went back there, I'm like, whew, I'm back. When I travel on the road, I'm like, thank God I'm back in LA. It's always sunny. People are cool. It's easy going. And then COVID just a big reality smack of how important government is.
You know what I've seen recently that makes me laugh is people driving Teslas, but they've either removed the emblem on the back or they have a sticker that says like an anti-Musk Tesla
I
group
bought
or
this
something.
before Elon went crazy.
I'd say 70% of them are wearing a mask driving still. But
I think most of them are just scared their car's going to get fucked up if they leave it somewhere.
I think so too.
I think about that when I park my Tesla. I think about that. I
Even in
scan the
Texas, though, I feel like it's happening on California.
There's a lot of kooky liberals out here.
Yeah.
I get side eye from people.
God, they love the Tesla before,
They
right?
used to love it.
Kind of like the View and Trump.
Well, it's also, there's a lot of, it's the USAID stuff, really. It's hard to say. I had Amanda Knox on here yesterday, and she was talking about this program that was an innocence program where they're trying to release wrongly accused people, and that it got defunded. and I said, well, was there anything inappropriate about what they were doing? Like, because there's the unfortunate reality of having conversations with Elon about this, both publicly and privately. Like, there's a lot of stuff that it looks good on the outside, and then you find out you have this amazing slush fund. You have fucking billions of dollars that's being allocated towards this one particular organization. People are extracting enormous salaries, and then very little of it is actually
going
going.
out.
Yeah. So this is a part of the problem with these things. Like, oh, we lost funding. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's bad. You definitely want to have funding to help innocent people get out of jail.
Yeah, but
like,
what the fuck were you doing?
where's all the money going? I don't know. But I know a lot of them. I know that they spent $251 million on transgender animal studies. Like, there's some wild money that's being thrown around. They spent $2 million giving cocaine to dogs. Super important to find out.
I really wanted to see the episodes of the $20 million they spent on the Sesame Street
In Iraq.
In Iraq.
That's why some of those.
Was Oscar still a villain, or was it Big Bird?
Let's count the gays as we throw them off the roof. One. Ha ha ha. I mean, $21 million. Did you?
But
how
where's
much?
the fucking common sense? Like, when people hear that,
Yeah.
just because it's fucking Elon and some 20-year-olds, they can't go, oh yeah, I'm glad he did that.
Well,
That's a waste of my money.
There was a study that was done recently that showed that 96% of all the stories that mainstream media prints about Elon are negative. 96%. Meanwhile, the guy saved those fucking people trapped up in space.
Yeah.
You didn't hear a peep about
And the shit he
that.
does when there's natural disasters with
Yeah.
Starlink.
Oh, yeah. He's revolutionizing space travel, revolutionizing satellite internet capabilities and the availability all over the world. It's crazy. It's really crazy.
And saving billions of dollars of your
Right.
tax money from going to fucking fund stupid ass programs
It's not just
all over the
stupid-ass
world.
programs. Some of it is like you don't even know where it went.
It's corruption too.
He said that some of the money, that there was billions of dollars that was written out with no receipts at all. He said if this was a private company, or excuse me, a public company, they would be delisted and all the executives be thrown in prison. But in the government, it's just like standard practice.
How
business
come
as
nobody
usual.
has gone to prison? That's one of my main questions for Trump and the administration.
It's a good question. Well,
What's going on?
Well, the administration's only 100 days old, right? Or 130 or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, I think it takes a while to even find out what the fuck happened. I don't know. I've had conversations with people about it, and it's like, Jesus, like just trying to get the documents. Like when they're trying to get the Epstein files, like the state of New York, one of the district attorneys was hiding documents that have forced them to give documents. I think there's so many fucking powerful people that are on those lists. There's so many powerful people that went and partied. Air
Yep.
quotes, partied. And how many of them went to the Diddy parties? Have you been paying attention to the trial?
Oh yeah.
Trial was wild.
Why don't they air it the same way they aired the coverage that
Johnny
maybe Johnny Depp got?
I know. Why don't they? I don't know. They should. The ratings would be amazing.
Unreal.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing? Why wouldn't you air that?
What's going to happen though, you think?
Well, Diddy's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. I think he's probably going to get
Think he's
hit
going to
up.
sing though?
I don't know. I don't even think it matters. I mean, it's a lot of it is.
But then it's just another
There's-
Epstein.
there's
It's another
murder
Ghislaine Maxwell,
But
where
there's
somebody gets
murder
indicted and
cases.
nobody else. Indicted for trafficking kids to
Right.
No.
To no one. Right. That's the crazy thing about Ghislaine, right? She's in prison for sex trafficking to who?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
But I mean,
Um,
there's a lot of people that want some heads to roll. Not
Well, the
just
Diddy
with
thing
that.
is just started, so we'll see. Because apparently there's a tremendous amount of video that they have. But we've also heard that about the Epstein client.
Yeah. What are they going to do? How
Didn't-
much is it going to get out?
James O'Keefe just released video of Epstein's library, right?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I know he's been holding on to something, and there's been fear about him getting taken out, and
Yeah, but then
Alex
he was like,
has some sort of kill switch or something. I don't know.
yeah, but then he was like DJing.
Then he was, yeah, I know.
There's some
What
like
the
a
fuck is
lot of
going
his
on? Yeah, I mean,
theatrics. It's like so. O'Keefe is so.
But I mean, his undercover videos were amazing.
incredible.
And then he got ousted at Project Veritas, right?
Mhm.
And then went.
I
on
wonder
his
what
own.
happened there. Like, I'd like to know what the story there is, because there's no
Yeah.
official story of why he got ousted.
Has he not? Hasn't gone anywhere. He's under some gag order, maybe.
I would
or-
imagine there's some sort of an NDA or something. Otherwise, why the guy who releases everything? Why wouldn't he release that if
Yeah.
he can? You know.
But his videos are mostly like gay men meeting up.
Yes,
And the one guy is got a big dick and oh, I can tell you this,
Yes.
And has
it's
no
always,
idea. Oh, by the way, everything you just said is.
It's always chatty gay guys. Here it goes in O'Keefe's Twitter. Inside Epstein's library, O'Keefe releases never-before-seen footage with bizarre statues and cryptic messages left by Epstein from inside Epstein's island library. By the way, like, what does that mean? Like, if you look in this room, like bizarre statues,
Power,
strange stuff.
deception,
Oh wow, like he's got a diagram.
music.
All the things he's trying to do. What is all that? Power, deception, plants? Does that say plants? Wonder what that means. Like plants, like planting people inside organizations. Is that what that means?
What's in the bottom here? Does it say
Something in France.
drunk brain?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dank brain? Is that what that says?
Intellectual, political, something. And
Music, and what is the other one next to music? What is that?
I'm gonna see if anybody's deciphered this.
yeah, we
Well,
got
when he
it.
puts this big O'Keefe over it, it kind of obscures the letters.
Okay, what else is weird in this though?
Well,
What are we even looking at?
let's play it. He's got some weird statues. Fucking, I got a lot of weird statues. What does that mean? Nice place. We were talking about buying the island at one point in time.
I would have gone in on
For
it with
sale
you.
for
I was talking to Jamie. He needs some investors.
The fucking headlines: Aaron Rodgers and Joe Rogan buy the island. We were talking about putting
As is though. As is.
as is 100%. We were talking about putting up a podcast studio in the fucking in the big temple,
Oh God.
the temple that's the Israeli flag.
Mirror in face.
The temple that's the colors of the Israeli flag. You know about that, right?
I didn't know that. No.
Oh yeah, it's the. Oh, here it goes. O'Keefe is showing power.
Well, they're trying to show that that's his handwriting, I guess.
Okay,
Boys.
boys.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe he says what it says.
Were there
All right, I guess you're right.
dank
Dank
brain.
brain.
Okay,
Mirror in face.
dank brain. Does dank brain means you're high as fuck? It must be, right?
I'm gonna Google. See what.
That means they gave you a super edible. They gave you one of them Joey Diaz edibles.
Maybe it's a project name.
Right. That's probably
Project Dank Brain.
right. That's probably it. What is that other one? Mirror in face. What is that? Is that what it says?
Truth, something else. I don't know.
Yeah, shitty fucking handwriting for an evil villain. Yeah, very weird stuff. Let me show him.
Should want one more. Someone wrote it out in a little more.
Okay,
clear
plants, truth, myth, reality,
Okay,
power,
there you go.
deception. What do you mean by plants? Appears, music, brain, rhythm, mimic, time delay, deception. It says dark brain. I thought that was an N. I don't think that guy's correct.
Could be Dank Brain. or
Go
Dark
about. Look at that other image though.
I like Dank brain better.
It looks like an N to me. Yeah, that looks like N. That doesn't look like dark. That looks like dank brain. That's an N. So I'm already skeptical.
Yeah.
It's a fucking psyop, bro. It's all a bunch of psyops. Show him the image of the temple that was on the island. That was going to be JRE Podcast Studio number 2.
Nice. We could have done this here.
Yeah,
There.
I was thinking about it, but I was like, you know what? That's a good way to die. They're not going to let me buy that fucking place. Look at it.
Oh, well, you know where that is too, right? It's a similar image to that, right?
No.
I know Jamie does.
What is it?
It's on the set of a famous talk show that's now not on anymore.
Oh, Ellen? Was that Ellen?
Yeah.
Really?
Just look at the temple and then look at the.
Let me see Ellen's background. What? Oh, similar. That looks like a building, though. Like
yeah,
a
sure.
Is that a building in LA? That might be a building in LA. Right, but I mean, it's supposed to be a background of. Yeah.
That's strange. Dude, it's
It's-
the same.
It is, but it's, you know, I mean, it's whatever. I'm not that impressed with that. That could just be coincidental. There's a lot of people.
Ask Alex about that.
Yeah. Well, he'll get. Well, it's a long-standing tradition, but Israeli flags secretly and everything.
It's so fucking
Did
good.
you see that they did this thing recently where they uncovered the fact that Israel had kiosks in malls? And Israeli intelligence they were gathering intelligence, but with these drone kiosks that they were selling in malls,
No.
like these little propeller drones. Let me see if I can find it. I know I sent it to some friends. Did you find it, Jamie? Right away? Yeah. Charged the
Jamie?
U.S. running illegal mall kiosk network. How fucking weird is this? Accused of arranging for Israelis to arrive in the country with tourist visas for the purpose of illicit employment and sales, and they were gathering information. The whole thing was gathering information. Israelis been charged U.S. with visa fraud, allegedly running an illegal employment scheme in the country, which helped other Israelis obtain entry permits under false pretenses for the purpose of illegal employment. You know, I was chatting back and forth with Ari. I sent this to him.
What did he
said,
say?
He's like, imagine being pwned, you know, PWN,
Yeah.
by a country that has like 7 million people in it. It's like they've been running things for so long. It's kind of amazing.
It's impressive.
They're very impressive. I mean, they developed Pegasus. The whole reason why every time I text, I assume the government is reading everything I write. It's because they can. They can get into your signal. Like all these encrypted apps that people think that they're like, you're gonna buy drugs and fucking sell guns and shit. No.
Nope.
No.
Was this part of the story true?
What is this? Mossad uses mall kiosks in the U.S. as front companies while on intelligence operations. Yeah, this is it. Attorney Jessica Aber found dead in her home after uncovering Israelis illegally entered the U.S. to work at mall kiosks. She found dead in her home. Google that. Jesus.
Probably suicide.
Yeah. Shot herself in the head twice.
What happens over there, you think?
Whew.
Epilepsy, though.
Epilepsy. Died in her sleep. Okay.
Well, she was the young one. She was like 43.
Could
yeah.
be coincidence.
Yeah, I read about this.
Maybe she got that third booster. We're expecting more information. When was this? What time was this? When did this happen? March.
Months ago.
Similar. Recently. Expect more information from the medical examiner.
Speaking of boosters, why didn't Bobby just come out and taking that off the old schedule? Maybe start with kids.
They did start with kids. It's removed now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Since when?
Real recently, like within the last day or two. They
That's
pulled it from the recommendations of the requirements. The kids. Giving it to kids is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. COVID's not a danger to kids. It's super dangerous for kids. There's a lot of evidence for that now. There's the fact that they've been able to obscure all the vaccine deaths. I know there was, where was it in Florida, where they were pointing, they're making this accusation that as many as 470,000 people died from the vaccine.
Well,
See if you can find that. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the only coffee I drink. Listen, I'm not a scientist, but is it possible that you become more funny at parties and lift heavier at the gym after drinking a can of Black Rifle Coffee? Who knows? But I do know that each can has 200 milligrams of naturally sourced caffeine and 0 sugar. And it was founded by veterans who now just want to serve those who serve. Use code ROGAN at blackriflecoffee.com and score 30% off.
What is it? The Surgeon General down in Florida has been pretty rock solid.
Yeah,
all
he's
through
rock
COVID.
solid. Yeah.
Black dude, he was on TV a bunch.
Yeah.
I liked him a lot. Every time
Yeah.
he spoke, it was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just money. It's literal sacrifice of human lives for money.
But same thing, like when is any of those people going to be held accountable?
I don't know.
Never?
Well, I would
But look at
hope-
everything that's happened in the last 20 years. You know, financial crisis
Uh-huh.
happens, you know, insider trading, fucking the market on purpose. No heads roll. In fact, they actually get put into Obama's cabinet, many of them. That great
You
documentary.
mean the 2008
Yeah,
thing?
that-
Do you think they did that on purpose? They
Oh.
tanked the market on purpose? Or do you think it was just what they did was ultimately going to tank the market?
I think
but
there's
just
a lot of
the profit?
coincidences.
Little coincidences.
Coincidences.
when you
No, but
look
I'm
at
just saying, no
the
one ever gets
transfer
held
of
accountable. No one gets held
Right.
accountable. What's going on with COVID? Nobody's going to be. going to be held accountable? Is Dr. Fauci going to be held accountable for lying about gain of function research?
Well, he could be held accountable for perjury, I believe. I don't believe they can get him for the gain of function research. I don't think they can.
But he
get
lied on the stand when Rand Paul was in.
I think they get him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can. I don't know, but a blanket pardon that goes back to when gain of function was illegal during the Obama administration is a little suspicious.
It was really when they moved it out of North Carolina
Yeah,
to Wuhan.
a little suspicious.
Nice timing there.
Yeah.
Why 2014, I wonder?
Yeah. Well, that was when, I mean, I think during the Obama administration, Obama wisely was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, what's the benefit of that? If you're creating more contagious diseases and you don't have cures, like, what the fuck are you doing? It's, Bobby thinks it's all weapons. He thinks it's biological weapons, which completely makes sense.
See what Nicole Shanahan said recently about Bobby?
No.
She said she's a little confused at what kind of some of the stuff he's been saying and doing lately, and maybe he's got somebody who's controlling him.
Well, isn't there that one guy that said that him and Bobby, like Bobby has to check with him on everything that happens?
What guy?
There's too many of these fucking people. I know I save these. I save everything. I have these bookmarks that are just fucking completely ridiculous. And if somebody finds me and I'm dead, they're gonna be like, what was wrong with him? You're a little obsessed.
While you're looking for this, Jamie, I'm sure you've probably seen some of these. When you're on Instagram, sometimes you'll come across videos, and the voice you recognize right away, but you know that person didn't say it. Have you seen these?
Oh,
Your
yeah.
voice is on it a bunch. I
Oh,
first got alerted to it when John Reeves, our buddy John from Alaska, I heard his voice on
Yep.
some like UFO video.
Yep.
I was like, John, what the fuck did you? He's like, no.
No,
I was like,
he's not doing any of it.
I've heard my voice on stuff too, but I heard your voices a
Oh, yeah.
lot. Voice names. How the fuck they do this stuff?
It's real
And it's
easy.
dangerous, too.
It's real easy now. It's crazy. It's what I see a lot of is me selling stuff that I'm not really selling. There's a lot of that. A lot of me selling shit that I'm not really selling.
You're not out there peddling new products?
No. Well, it's not just, it's like businesses and shit that I'm not really interested in.
Was this the pad that Zahi was using right here? This one?
Maybe. That might have been the worst podcast I've ever done, but maybe a good one too. Just to see, okay, this is the guy, this is this closed-minded fellow that's been in charge of gatekeeping all the knowledge about
And
Egypt.
still standing on the same ideas,
Mhm.
even after this LiDAR comes out.
Yeah, the
peop-
tomography, whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is.
That stuff's fascinating because I've been, even after that podcast, I've been watching more videos with those Italian scientists describing it. They've used it to, this is one of the things that I brought up. One of the temples that they scanned with this was very accurate. And he's like, but this was only 50 feet down. Like, yeah, okay, right, but it works. Like, at 50
Yeah.
feet down, you get an accurate representation of what's inside there, and he was the one, Zahi, supposedly, discovered it. But he's discovered everything, basically.
Yeah.
So how do you,
Genius.
he's the best. So,
But the good thing is that Graham can go back to Egypt now.
yes, yeah.
So they patched up something.
Yeah, well, that was one of the reasons why Zahi came on.
Oh, really?
Because Graham talked to Zahi, and like, Zahi wants to do this. We're friends now. I was like, bring him in. Let's go. Bring him
good.
in. I'll talk to him. I thought it would
And did
probably.
he invite you to
Yeah.
Egypt? And what'd you say? Yeah?
If I'm going with Graham.
I
Or Jimmy
told Graham.
Corsetti.
I told Graham I wanted him to take me a few years ago. He said I can't go. They'll kill me. So next thing you know, I see Graham's taking people to Egypt. I said, what
Yeah.
the fuck?
Well, that's nice. It's
I'm
nice
happy
that they
for
patched it up.
I went back. I went there last July.
Did you?
June.
How was it?
Incredible. Yeah, it was incredible.
Did you walk away thinking immediately, there's a lot we don't know?
100%.
Yeah.
And what they tell you is complete bullshit.
Yeah. I have a friend who went there, and the archaeologist that showed him it said this is complete bullshit. Like, the narrative is complete bullshit. Yeah. He said
they're not
the
burial
scale of it,
chambers.
he said the scale of it and the technology involved in construction is beyond our current understanding of how to do this.
And it's not just the pyramids and the Sphinx. The
No.
other temples are magnificent.
Not only that, there's probably a bunch of shit under the ground.
I know. That's what I wanted to go see. But the cool thing was the first temple I went in was what I'd seen on Ancient Aliens, where at the very top of the temple you have one of the most famous hieroglyphs, which has a spaceship, a helicopter, and a submarine up there, as clear as you can possibly imagine. And you're
Show
like,
that.
What the fuck is that? How in the what is that? Explain that, please, because that looks like a spaceship, that looks like a submarine, and that 100% looks like a helicopter.
So weird. Egypt is the weirdest place on earth. It
Yeah.
really is. Because
But that's why it needs to be.
Yeah.
What the hell's underneath it?
Well, I think that one.
That one right there.
Yeah. I mean, come.
I mean, what are we
on.
talking about?
Come on. That's so crazy.
That's a spaceship or a fighter jet.
some kind of a.
That's a submarine.
It looks like a yacht. It looks
Or-
like one of them
it's a
oligarch
boat,
yachts
yeah.
that they keep getting
But that's
pounded.
a helicopter.
It looks like a helicopter to
What are we
me.
doing?
It looks just like a helicopter.
Yeah, that was the first
if it's
place I
not a helicopter, what a goddamn
What is it?
coincidence.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of weird stuff there. A bunch of weird images. And how about that one plane that they found that was inside? They found like a wooden plane
Yep.
that was inside one of the chambers.
That's totally normal.
Yeah.
They just buried there with the.
That was the other thing that Zahi was unwilling to entertain was this King's List. This Zepteki King's List that goes back 30,000 plus years.
Yes.
They all want to pretend that that's a myth, that all the other hieroglyphs are legitimately documenting the history of the region. But when
But
it
not
gets
that one.
past the narrative, these 30,000-year-old kings, that place has probably been there for a long fucking time,
Yeah, probably hundreds of thousands of years.
which is so crazy.
And it's probably built on other stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the other thing about the base of the pyramids. It's like you have to realize like there's a base there before they put the pyramids up. They put this insane base, and if what they're saying is accurate with these readings, that there's a structure that goes under the ground 2 kilometers. Like,
Yeah,
If-
what is that?
if they can find that, then you have to throw everything out the window.
But aren't you with me? Like, why are we not interested in that?
But we are.
But why are we? Why is modern archaeology not going? Yeah, let's fucking figure this shit out.
Because modern archaeology forever has been saying that we have the answers, that we have the timeline, we know when Khufu built this, we know when Khafre built this, we know who did this, and they're not correct. It's not accurate. It's too weird. There's no way you have all the information. Also, where'd everybody go? Like, there's people living there, but it's clearly not the same civilization. So what happened to this insane civilization? If there wasn't a collapse of society at an immense level, if there wasn't some sort of a civilization destroying event,
Yeah.
then where
Younger
did
Dryas. Yeah.
what happened?
How about this idea? We got a new pope.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the States.
From Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's open up the Library of the Vatican.
Oh, good luck. Good luck doing that. Have you
Good.
been? Have you been to
I've
the
been to the
Vatican?
Vatican, yeah.
That's wild,
It
right?
is.
You're like, what did you guys do? Where'd you get all this shit?
Yeah.
When you're walking through it, you're like, what?
Yeah.
What you guys have?
And the weird tapestries where you stand on one side looks like this, and the other side looks like that.
Insane art, like the craziest. But it's almost like a crazy person's house, where they have so much art, almost like the studio. We have so much art, it's stacked up everywhere, except
Yeah.
it's worth billions of
Yeah.
dollars.
I was laughing because didn't J.D. Vance get in trouble for pictures in the Sistine Chapel or something? Or
Did he?
Is it Sistine Chapel? And I think he did. And you're not supposed to take pictures. And I remember going in there, and they told you like put your phone away. And I'm literally in there trying to be quiet and everything. And everybody around me is loud. They got their camera out. They're taking photos and shit.
Photo of J.D. Vance inside Sistine
Yeah.
Chapel sparks backlash.
Everybody around me when I was there was taking pictures.
It
Now-
is forbidden to take photographs or films of any type of with any type of electronic equipment inside the Sistine Chapel, but everybody's doing that.
Yeah.
I have photos.
It wasn't in 2015.
It wasn't
Everybody
when
else
I
was
went
doing
either.
it in 2015.
Well, I went in I think 2018 or 2019, and we took a bunch of photos. The photo was taken by an official White House photographer, and there's precedent for political figures being photographed inside.
The whole thing is weird. The Vatican, Vatican City.
Oh,
who,
yeah.
Who guards the Vatican?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it the Swiss Guard? Why
It's a country.
it's a country.
You can't. Nobody gets extradited from that when they're accused of crimes against humanity, like Ratzinger.
Who's Ratzinger?
He was the Pope that had to step down because he was one of the guys that was moving people.
Oh yeah, from like the
Yeah.
spotlight.
Yeah,
stuff?
he was one of those guys that was, when they would catch someone molesting kids, he'd move them to another place where one guy molested 100 deaf kids. There's a whole documentary about it. He just looked creepy.
He looks super creepy.
But there's also like one of the buildings that the Vatican owns is there's a gay nightclub in the building.
Nah.
Yeah, like some
Nah, I
gay,
can't believe
gay
that.
sex club.
No way.
I know it's weird. They probably didn't know.
Yeah.
Probably thought it was a prayer center where they were feeding hungry people or something. Feeding some hungry butts. Yeah. Yeah. It's just crazy how these elite people in power, before the internet, they were just doing stuff.
Yeah.
They had complete control of the media, and they were just doing whatever they wanted to do, and everything was in secret. And they had these little, fucking meetings, like skull and bone types meetings, where they would all wear cloaks and shit and go to Bohemian Grove and all that.
Is that shit not happening anymore?
I think Bohemian Grove is very toned down now. I think they use it now for meetings and stuff.
Thanks,
and
Alex
People
Jones.
get together. Yeah, Alex and John Ronson fucked it up for everybody.
Yeah.
But I know a bunch of people have been. Kid Rock went. He told me he went.
Well, there's a feeder group to it.
Oh, yeah?
There's a feeder group to the main group. Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means they invite entertainers and different people.
Oh, so they
To
say
like a
nice
s-
things.
Well, then they figure out who they can hand select for the main group.
I got invited.
I did too.
I'm not gonna go. No fucking way. No fucking way. I remember what Nixon said about it
Yep.
back in the day. The faggiest thing I've ever
Goddamn
seen.
faggy thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, like these guys all got together when they know no one's around.
Did we talk last time about the Nixon? What's the Jackie Gleason story?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a wild
yes.
story.
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
Of all the UFO stories, that's my favorite because
Yeah.
it's plausible.
Yeah.
Nixon and Jackie were buddies. If you're buddies with a guy and he likes to drink, and the two of you are playing golf and drinking, he's like, you must see some shit.
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I was the president. I was
That's what I
friends with
would've-
Jackie Gleason.
Bet him. All right. You win. I'll fund your campaign. I
Right.
win. You show me some shit.
Yeah, right.
I
Play a
wanna see-
round of
yeah.
golf.
I want to see Area 51.
If they brought you, would you open your mouth? They said, Aaron, we're gonna take you, but you gotta just keep this on a DL.
I think so. I want to see some shit.
Here's the thing.
The remote viewing stuff in Area 51 is pretty wild that people have talked about, and you had a person talking about remote viewing recently,
Mhm.
but how it's guarded by, I mean, the CIA's been doing it forever. Finally, some of that's declassified, but they have the remote viewing, like guards who guard secret places like that, especially Area 51 is pretty wild.
They're remote viewing while they're guards?
They have guards whose role is you're a remote viewing guard.
Whoa.
So their duty is they go into their astral bodies and guard the facility
What does that entail? Like, what are they guarding it from?
from other astral viewers who try and get in there.
What? Like, you block them?
There's been a lot of people online who've talked about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of people online that talk about a lot of things, though, unfortunately. I'm open-minded with this remote viewing stuff because the Hal Puthoff stuff was fascinating when he was describing it, like how accurate
Yeah.
it had been when there was that crashed jet from Russia
Yep.
that they were trying to recover, and they found it within a couple-mile radius. They
Yep.
were able to recover it before Russia was.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Like, if that's a real ability that people have.
You think it's bullshit?
No, I don't think it's bullshit. I think they spent too much money on it, and they researched it for too long for it to be total bullshit. And Hal Puthoff was very compelling. I've never seen it in action, though. So I've, remain
You never seen what? Somebody.
remote view.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You got to practice.
I would like to know. I mean, imagine if someone could show you how to do it and you could do it.
That'd be great. I'd love to.
Yeah. Where would you go with it?
Area 51.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Right in. If you could time remote view, I'd go right into when Bob Lazar was working there. Like, show me.
I go Roswell, 1947.
Ooh, yeah, that's the
whatever.
big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of those, man.
We were talking off camera about that element.
115?
115.
Yeah.
How long do you think it is? Because one thing I think about is like if you think, our parents' age, right? Like what they lived through technological
Mhm.
and like all the advances since 50s, 60s and stuff to
Mhm.
now.
Yeah.
And fast forward another 30, 40 years for us. Like At what point does some of this technology really come out? The anti-gravity stuff, the disclosure of the UFOs,
It's a good question. What Hal Puthoff said was that during the Bush administration, they put together a panel of scientists and experts, and they gave them a task. The task was compile a list of things that would be disrupted by disclosure. They said, if we disclose that we have recovered crashed vehicles of non-human intelligence and biological remains, what would be the implications? And so they had a list of pros, things that would be disrupted, and then things that we would benefit from, and they put a numerical value to each one of them, and it was overwhelming by every one of them that it would be overall negative, and so they decided not to disclose.
What was on the con side beside religion? Because I know religion is a big part of it.
Religion was a big part of it. Government. Why would anybody believe that we have control over anything if there are some super intelligent beings from some unknown realm, whether it's another planet or another dimension, that have technology far beyond our comprehension? And then there's the religious aspect, which gets really weird, that Lazar talked about, where there's this immense folder that he encountered that has to do with religion, that has to do with how aliens created these religions in order to protect what they say human beings are here for, that we're containers. So like, of what? And he said, I don't know. They referred to us as containers.
Yeah.
And the religion was designed to sort of keep the peace, or to keep some sort of a moral structure.
And the idea is if we had this disclosure and this information, that the moral structure and the moral fabric of society would disintegrate?
It would crumble, because we wouldn't be able to control people at all. If we all knew that there was something beyond our comprehension that's here all the time, that can hide in plain sight, that lives in the ocean, they have bases in the ocean, they can mask their appearance and fly at insane rates of speed and just appear in places, and they essentially have complete control over everything that goes on Earth. That would, we would lose all of our faith in any sort of governmental institution, because
What's
these
wrong
are
with
just fools. Well, they think it's bad. In their, to have this power, and all of a sudden it just gets taken away voluntarily by you. Like, if they could go back in time and stop the internet, don't you think they would?
Yeah.
I don't think they had any idea what the internet was going to be when they released it.
No
They're probably like, what could be the harm of letting people get on AOL?
Yeah.
You've got mail.
They're going to be tired when the dial-up. It's going to take too long. People are going to lose interest.
Yeah. Nobody had any idea that you were going to be carrying 5G data in your phone, in your pocket, that's capable of sending video all over the world instantaneously. And then social media, where you could share that information and people would upload it to thousands of other places instantaneously. You have no control over information anymore. Before, they used to have total control of the distribution of any information. They had complete control of propaganda.
And they don't now?
No, they don't.
They don't have total control, but they have control.
We're talking.
Yeah.
So they don't have total control. They don't have total control if we're talking.
They don't have total control, but they have total viewing access.
Yes. That's the weird thing about the UFO stuff, right? Because there's two problems with disclosure. One of the problems is these people who were involved in these programs had to have lied to Congress.
Yes.
There's misappropriation of funds. They had to get money in some sort of a way, and they got this money through some sort of a misappropriation of funds, and that is highly illegal. So there has to be, this is that Age of Disclosure documentary. I don't know if you saw it. It hasn't come out yet, but they had a screening at South by Southwest, and Jamie and I saw it. It's really good. It's really incredible, but it's all people talking about what they know, what they've seen, and what
kind
the
of people?
problems
Is
are.
Bob one of the guys?
Bob's not one of the guys, but Hal Puthoff's in there.
Oh yeah, Hal was talking about that.
I mean, there's a ton of people.
When's that coming out?
I do not know.
Is it coming out theater-wise, or is it coming out like on a streaming service? Or?
It'll probably come out on a streaming service, I had to guess, but it could come out in the theaters as well.
They're not going to try and bury it?
No, I mean, I don't think you can at this point.
Too big. Yeah.
Everybody already knows that it's done and it's out there.
I think that's how disclosure is ultimately going to happen. It's just going to one day there's going to be like, boop, there it is.
They think this documentary is going to break the well.
Really?
Or break the dam, rather. Yeah, they think this one's pretty intense. It's got basically everybody that worked on Christopher Mellon, all these different people that worked on all these different programs saying exactly what we have, what we know, how long it's been going on. And this is why they have not released these things. So there's that aspect of it, the lying to Congress, the misappropriation of funds. And then there's the other things that, how do you work on this stuff? Well, the government can't really do it on their own. So what do? They bring in defense contractors that make jets and spaceships and shit. Those are the people that get access to this material. If they do have back-engineered crafts, and if they do have something that they recovered that's a crashed vehicle of non-human intelligence, non-human origin, not of this world, and they're back-engineering this, that company that's back-engineering that has an enormous advantage over their competitors. And so their competitors would just sue. Because, like, why would you give them access to, why would Raytheon get access to it when GE doesn't, or, you know, whatever the company is? So there's they outlined the issues with, you know, disclosure. And the resolution, they said, there has to be some sort of a blanket amnesty to everybody that worked in that program. And they have to say,
of course,
that's the only way.
That's how they do it, though.
But that's how they have to do it. If we're going to find out the information, we have one of two things we have to accept. You know, we have to either accept that these people are going to be able to keep this stuff in power because, the people that are in power are going to be able to keep this stuff secret, because if they don't, then they're going to get in trouble and they're never going to release it, and so we're all going to be in the dark forever. Or we just say, okay, with that scenario, they're going to be off the hook no matter what. So let's just let them off the hook for the greater good of mankind and understand what the fuck we're really looking at. What are we really dealing with? What do we really know? And so I'm hopeful that that's a possibility.
So am I. And especially the last 10 years, there's been so much stuff that's been out there.
Oh, yeah.
Videos and
basically from 2017, from that New York Times article in 2017, when it was on the front page of the New York Times, that kind of opened up a lot of people's eyes. Like, okay, this is a real story now. Because now it's not ridiculous anymore.
And now the next step is putting it out there.
Yeah, but I mean, there's got to be a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of fake stuff. There's a lot of misinformation.
Don't you think that we're at least 10 to 20 years behind even whistleblowers, what they actually have? So even if they were to release some of the stuff, they still have other stuff that's just so far more advanced than we could possibly imagine.
I would imagine. I bet they have.
That's what's crazy. They can keep a lid on that, though.
It is.
That is crazy.
It's impressive. But it's all, we just both said that we would shut up.
That's true.
I mean, they, especially in today's day and age.
Well, the threat of death is it's a pretty strong motivator for.
Also, there's no way to hide that stuff unless you're a chatty gay guy and James O'Keefe gets you on camera.
Get off Grindr.
Watch out. I wonder what apps they're using to get those chatty gay guys to give up all the juice.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I would stop hiring chatty gay guys if I was involved in anything secret.
Don't do it.
Those guys,
hide something.
they'll spill the bill. They'll spill the beans.
They've got a lot of the big fish too.
I know. It's
Pfizer out there.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah, pretty wild.
CNN.
Yeah, yeah, wild stuff that you should be in jail for what they found.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that stuff is like.
But again,
horrible.
nobody goes to jail. Nobody gets held
except this
accountable.
lady with her frogs. That lady's a problem.
Well, if you're threatening the establishment, she'd probably figure something out.
Yeah, the illusion of freedom. We have a lot more freedom than every other country, but still, it's an illusion.
But you can't go after in this country, two of the big ones are vaccines and cancer, and that's what I've been actually diving deep into the last about year, because I've had a number of people in my life get cancer. And you've had a lot of people on the show who've talked about,
SV40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also the remedies they've been using. I mean, Mel Gibson and I are talking about Fenben and ivermectin.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been in the weeds, learning about the last year. So it's really fascinating.
Such a disservice to humankind by demonizing ivermectin in order to push vaccines. Because in so many sheep and so many dullards and so many people that are just boomers that believe everything that's in the news, ivermectin is a fool's medication.
Even today.
Yeah, even today. Like if you told, they would have to be dying of cancer to even consider taking that.
Yeah, I had a doctor tell me why would you want to take horse paste?
What a dumb doctor.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What a dumbass doctor. Imagine saying that. Did you ask him? Do you know the history of the use of that drug?
I did. It ended the conversation. It was like,
It's literally like saying penicillin. Don't take penicillin. They use
Yeah.
that on dogs.
yeah. I don't care. That's got a Nobel Prize. Doesn't matter.
Nobel Prize for use in humans on the World Health Organization's list of essential medications.
Yep.
And horse paste.
The thing about cancer is wild is that the majority of doctors during this process will not touch diet at all,
Yeah.
and will tell you diet makes zero difference. And my problem is the same problem I have with the vaccine, and really the medical industry in general, is there's no more informed consent.
Right.
The informed consent around cancer would be that it's a metabolic issue. And
Yeah.
because it's a metabolic issue, and you're talking about anaerobic cells, then restricting sugar from your diet is a good place to start.
Yeah.
And none of these fucking doctors will talk about diet, sugars, glucose, anaerobic cells, nothing.
No, someone I'm close
We
to.
do radiation and chemo.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, it's very profitable.
Extremely.
That's the problem is chemotherapy. Their doctors are incentivized in a way to
Same
prescribe
thing with vaccines.
chemotherapy. Yes, yeah, they're both profitable.
Yep.
Which is really dangerous. It's really dangerous when you make more money if you give people medication, because then you get doctors like that doctor in Ohio that got arrested that was giving chemotherapy to people that didn't have cancer. He did it like a lot of people. He just was trying to make more money.
Yeah.
And when you incentivize, and they're in that kind of a position of power where most people don't know what's going on, and this is the voice of authority, and they're like, look, your diet doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. They told it to someone close to me that got cancer. Diet doesn't matter at all. Well, of course it matters. It matters to everything. And it certainly matters to your metabolic health and your fucking immune system.
Yeah.
And then we know for a fact that cancer thrives on glucose.
Yeah.
If you're in like a high sugar diet and a highly processed food diet, you're ripe for inflammation. You're going to get all kinds of inflammation that you wouldn't get if you were on a restricted diet that's higher in animal fats and low in processed sugar.
Yeah, ketogenic diet is a great place to start because you're restricting your body.
But there was another article recently about how ketogenic diets are giving people cancer, or that people are getting heart attacks and strokes on ketogenic diets.
It's like by the American Medical Association, written by them, or
It's probably by the same people that paid off the people to say that sugar wasn't the cause of heart disease and that it was saturated fat, the ones that was going on in the 50s and the 60s.
food pyramid creators, probably.
Yeah, it's a mess. But fortunately, there's enough alternative sources of information that some people, I would estimate it's like between 10 and 30% of the people are getting the truth. And then there's 70% of the people that either don't have friends that know these things, don't have access to these websites, aren't getting informed that there's a lot of these people that are doctors who are very credentialed, experts in their field, who've stepped outside of the narrative. And they're doing it because they feel they have a moral obligation. They're saying, like, this is a problem, this SV40 that we find in vaccines, simian virus 40 is known to cause cancer. And they found traces of it in the COVID-19 vaccine. And so in some of the batches of the COVID-19 vaccine, they find SV40. SV40 gives people cancer, boom in cancer, no connection.
Isn't it ripe, too, that AstraZeneca is making a cancer vaccine?
Well, that's just because they're nice. They're good people. Did you ever see what AstraZeneca means in Latin?
Yeah.
What does
I
it
just
mean?
saw that. It means, Jamie, bring it up. What does it mean again?
Something
Something
horrible.
about,
Something death.
yeah, I don't care about life or something.
They
Something
stick
like
it
that,
right
huh?
in your face. It's like either it's a wild coincidence or they stick it right in your face.
Come on. Somebody's got it laying it out.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Post
Fact check. Incorrectly
Yeah.
interprets the meaning
Oh,
of
Reuters.
AstraZeneca.
Yep.
So what is the correct one? Okay, what are they saying it said? Weapon to kill. Users claim AstraZeneca means weapon to kill. The posts here, and here show a screenshot of the translation Astra, Z, and Nakar.
Weapon that kills you.
A weapon that kills, alleging that Astra means weapon. In Hinduism, Z means that. In Polish, well, there's a bunch of different languages. Nakar, that's like a little bit connecting the dotsies. Captions, but what does it really mean? What are they saying it really means? Does it mean anything, or is it just one of them names? Astros is roots in Greek astron, meaning a star. Zeneca is an invented name created by an agency instructed to find a name which began with a letter from either the top or bottom of the alphabet, as was phonetically memorable, of no more than 3 syllables, and do not have an offensive meaning in any language.
Yeah.
It's all weird shit. Like, why would you do that? What, like, just the way that you're creating this name, you don't want it to be offensive in any way, and you want it to be phonetically memorable, and like, it's like
There was a thing on the internet a while back about the when they had that crazy campaign, but Balenciaga as well. What Balenciaga, they broke down what Balenciaga means, which is Baal is king. Baal being the god of the Old Testament.
I didn't see
was
that.
worshipped. And then Balenciaga put together that crazy campaign where they spelled Balenciaga with 2 A's, like Baal, and then they had the kids in it. They had like books in the frame that were by a
pedophiles.
pedophile, and all crazy stuff. It's like, is that just fucking coincidence, or are you trying to?
It's right in your face.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these people are super arrogant, and they've been running these kinds of operations long before the internet existed, so they still behave in the same way. It's like when politicians get caught saying things, and they said, "I've never said that," and then they put this like
The
whole
reels, yeah.
long reel of them saying it over and over again. It's because they forget. They used to be able to just do that. They used to be able to just bullshit, and now there's too many internet sleuths that are out there just immediately pulling things up. And then, of course, those are the internet sleuths that you get massive pushback if you platform. If you talk to those people, everybody's like, "Why are you having those people
Yeah,
on?"
you had Ian Carroll on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And fucking everybody freaked out
Why?
because he's really into it, and he's uncovering and maybe he's wrong about some things.
But he does some crazy research.
Yeah, maybe he's right about things.
He's
That's
got-
the
yeah,
problem. It's not what he's wrong about. That's the problem.
He opened my eyes to the what does he call it? The mega corporation that owns everything. He went through like all the different brands and the fact that it's basically Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock that own
Yeah.
everything, and then they own each other. And he's got stuff on his website that shows if you're looking for a brand, who the parent company is, who owns that company, and it all comes back to basically this conglomerate of BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, J.P. Morgan, and Fidelity, I think, are they're kind of the main 4 or 5 there.
Whatever happened to like breaking up monopolies?
Oh no, they only did that back in the day with Rockefeller.
Well, they did it with Microsoft, didn't they?
Did they?
Sure.
I think these companies are like the pharmaceutical companies. They realize like what's the Live Nation? Like these huge monopolies that own everything. They're like, it's just an added cost. I'm gonna get sued at some point for $1 billion, and we're gonna make $15 billion off it. And
Right.
It's a $14 billion profit. So whatever, it's a drop in the bucket.
Well, that's what happens when drugs get pulled, and then
Yeah,
people
you've
get
talked
sued.
about it once.
Yeah.
With the,
Yeah. It's 'cause they never get.
Vioxx.
Yeah, they never get fined more than they made.
Never.
Never. It's always less than they made.
And
so
the
they
vax is the
still
perfect
make-
windfall because they have immunity.
Yeah.
They have the perfect immunity.
They're talking about pulling that, and that's going to be the biggest fight. That'll be the biggest fight because there's still this narrative out there. And when I had Suzanne Humphreys on,
First of all, that was one of the greatest. And you got me onto her book.
yes,
I read her book and then I read Bobby's book, and
her book's incredible.
her book is unbelievable.
And no one.
And I
refute
gave gave that book to a lot of my friends who are of childbearing age. And they're
Yeah.
starting to have kids. Like, just I'm not telling you what to do, but just at least research this. You have
Yeah.
all the information because they're not going to give you the information. My friend just had a kid, and got him and his wife got. Got, I don't know what the right word is, but got kind of harassed for not, jabbing up their kid on day 1
Oh yeah.
of her life.
Well, I experienced that when my kids were born.
Yeah.
They wanted you to dose them up, and we
Right
were
away?
like, no,
Yeah.
no, we're waiting. We're not doing anything for years.
Yeah.
We had a very good pediatrician though, who wanted us to get the kids vaccinated, but on a delayed schedule.
Yeah.
He didn't believe in doing it all at once. I mean, it's like, what? You're not even supposed to eat sushi while you're breastfeeding. You're not even supposed to eat sushi while you're pregnant because you could get some sort of a parasite. And yet you're going to take pregnant women and dose them up with this experimental vaccine, air quote vaccine, experimental medication is gene
Well, they
editing.
changed. Yeah, they changed.
They changed the
of
definition.
vaccine. Yeah.
But there was no studies. on whether or
course
not women were getting damaged.
No
by
studies
this.
got released.
Right. Yeah, and now there's some study that it's destroying their eggs.
Yep.
Yeah, have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
See if you can find that. I bet you can't.
That cancers,
Yeah, see if you can find the eggs thing.
turbo cancers.
I
that are
know
going
I
crazy.
saved the egg thing. I can definitely find
People
that one.
dropping, kids dropping.
Yeah, it's all very dark, dude. It really is because the more you look, the more you find. It's
What
not
about the
like you get to end.
nanobots?
What about them? What are you thinking?
Well, I've heard some rumblings that that was kind of like a fringe conspiracy theory that there was some nanobots particles that were in the vaccine.
Yeah, I'm not buying into that. Unless I see more, because there was a lot of that. People were saying there's magnets in there. Look, the metal sticks to your injection site.
Supposedly, there's a frequency that brings the particles together.
Nanobots. I haven't heard
Brings
that.
the particles together in the body and creates a. It's like a tracking device.
I just sent Jamie this study, VAERS adjusted data, and other derived from the MIT Florida Department of Health study findings that yield a conservative range of 470,000 to 600,000 American deaths from the COVID-19 mRNA shots.
That's it.
More than just that alone. That's a lot of people, man. More than World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined. If that's true. It indicates Pfizer. This is Pfizer alone, so this is not even Moderna.
Oh, okay.
Pfizer alone likely killed over 470,000 Americans. They found a 36% increase in all-cause mortality among Pfizer recipients versus Moderna.
Yeah, but they saved millions.
Yeah, I keep hearing that. I think the saving millions thing is even based on the idea that you wouldn't get COVID if you got the vaccine, which turned out to not be true at all.
None of what they said turned out to be true.
No.
You can't get it. You can't spread it. You're
No.
more protected. More robust immunity.
Yeah, what was I just going to look up?
Winter of death for the non-vaxxed.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a
That's
good
my
one.
favorite.
Yeah. There's more studies coming out about myocarditis.
Who's going to be held accountable, though?
That's a good question. Oh, here's the fertility study.
Who's going to apologize? I haven't heard any apologies. Have you?
Nah.
Anybody apologize? CNN apologize to you yet? Putting that filter on your face?
No, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I should probably apologize.
Get Sanjay. Get Gupta back on here. Sure, he'll apologize.
No. I'd have it back on, I guess. I don't know what we talk about, but there's only so much
CNN Plus, maybe?
you can defend. That was a fun trip. That was only a few $100 million failure.
Oops. They got to be doing a little better now that Trump's back in. They got something to talk about.
I don't think they are.
No?
No, I think
hate to see it.
I think CNN's ratings are abysmal, and the only thing that saves them is that people just are consistent. They just go on there out of habit. I don't think people are seeking it out. So this is fertility study. A study of 1.3 million showed successful conceptions per 1,000 women were considerably lower for women who were COVID-19 mRNA vaccinated. Preliminary results call for further studies of the potential influence of COVID-19 vaccination on human fertility. And I think in that thread, they were talking about what it does to
Ovaries.
their eggs and ovaries. Yeah.
That's right there. Yep. This is what a lot of the conspiracy theorists were talking about when the vax was coming out.
Yeah. Well, it's like,
Which, by the way, the conspiracy theorists are undefeated still.
yeah, conspiracy
Around
theorists are
COVID.
way more accurate than CNN. Way more. Even if they got things wrong. Like, let's say there's no nanobots in the shots. But even if, whatever that, forget all that. I think the nanobots in the shot would be too expensive. That's why I think it's not real.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, maybe a few people got it.
Maybe.
I still don't think Biden got it on TV. I think they saline that dude. I don't think they put a real COVID vaccine in him. Remember, he's like,
Well, they didn't aspirate on any of the people
exactly.
on TV.
Well, or anybody I know that got the shot.
Yeah.
I asked everybody who got the shot, did they aspirate your needle? And they go, what do you mean? Well, in the syringe, when they plunge it in, to make sure you're not in a blood vessel, they pull it back and they see if there's blood. And if there's blood in it, they find a new injection site. Did they do that?
Oh,
No,
really?
they just plunged.
They were supposed to do that?
motherfucker in. Everybody just got plunged. Yeah, and then there was the idea that it was going to stay local. Don't worry, it'll stay local. No, not only is it not staying local, your body's producing spike protein up to 700 plus days after the shot.
And some of the autopsies coming out, a little bit creepy.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Not just autopsies, but coroners were finding these crazy
That's
clots.
what I mean, coroners, yeah.
Yeah, these crazy fucking clots
Yeah.
that look like big white worms that are inside people's bodies that they've never seen before.
I don't think that's hold people accountable.
Where's
Hold them
the
accountable.
news? Where's the news during their job? If the news was really the news, if you guys were really there to tell us all the information that we should be concerned about, like perhaps we are wrong about what this shot does, and perhaps with some people, maybe where it did get into their bloodstream, which is what they think happened, was the people that they didn't aspirate because they didn't aspirate anybody. They think some of those people went right into their bloodstream, and then your body's fighting us off like it's an intruder, and that's where you get the myocarditis and all sorts of other neurological conditions, and it's crazy.
We got to do a second shot though, and then a third, and then a fourth,
And a ninth.
And then, yeah.
There's people out there that took 9 of those fucking
Hey,
things.
guess what? It's just like the flu shot.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
get you for one strand
Mm-hmm.
of the flu per season,
Not only that, it makes you 25% more likely to get sick with something else.
but you're way more protected.
I've never had one. I mean, I think maybe I had one once. Maybe someone made me get one once. I don't know. But I never get the fucking flu shot. And people are like, I get the flu shot every year and I've never got the flu. Well, bitch, I don't get the flu either. Like, what are you saying? Like, I got the flu like once and like a couple of years ago for like a day or 2 days. I got a couple of vitamin IVs and I was good to go. Like, this idea that you have to get this fucking shot or you're going to get the flu, and if you get the flu, you're going to die. Like,
That's a lemming effect. That's a lemming effect. They just, I got to do this. Everybody else is doing it. If I don't do it, I'm outside the herd. If I'm outside the herd, I'm outside of, my livelihood.
well, it's also you don't want to get the flu. The flu sucks. You don't want to be laid up in bed
Yeah,
out
but
of
the
work
best
for a
immunity
week.
is natural immunity. Contraction and
Yeah.
beating anything.
Yeah.
Just about.
Which is probably why I don't have the flu. 'Cause,
Well, maybe diet has something to do with it too.
yeah, a lot of things have
Yeah.
to do with it. Yeah,
Maybe don't eat like shit.
yeah, that's
Maybe take some vitamins,
that's a factor. No,
Mr. Hotez.
what you need is it's a balanced diet of cheeseburgers. Yeah, that was a crazy one, the Hotez one.
That was a great one.
Looking at an overweight guy who's clearly unhealthy, telling you the only way to get healthy is an injection.
No, don't take any vitamins. Really?
Doesn't exercise, doesn't take vitamins, eats junk food. Like,
Okay.
huh. And I'm listening to you. Why?
And those are the people prescribing, going to college to be a doctor, prescribing drugs.
Yeah, that's really what it boils
That
down
hook
to.
you, that deal with symptoms, that keep you a patient for life.
Yeah, and
And anybody
immensely
trying to
profitable.
actually heal people and treat the patient,
Yeah, you're a kook.
you're a kook.
Naturopath kook. What are you saying? Vitamin
Fucking
C.
hippie. You
Vitamin
fucking
C.
hippie.
Jesus Christ. The really crazy thing from the Suzanne Humphreys book that got me was the connection between DDT and polio.
Yep.
What we call polio.
How about
And-
how they changed, just like the vax, they
Yep.
changed the definition of polio.
Right. Once the vaccine was introduced, they completely changed the definition of polio to show this immense
Hey,
drop
look
off
at
of
this.
polio.
It doesn't
Yeah.
exist anymore. It's like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. Meanwhile, all the other things that could be what people were experiencing symptoms of all still existed.
And
And-
most of the diseases
yeah.
cleared up from sanitation, clean air, clean
Yes.
water.
Well, when you look
proper
at the chart
sewage.
of like when sanitation was introduced, everything goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were living in squalor and filth. Human beings were living in outhouses all throughout New York City. No ventilation. People were no nutrition, no food. People were starving to death. They were working horrible hours, and of course, everybody was sick as fuck.
One of my favorite parts about the book was there was during the cowpox epidemic where they were like cutting people's skin and putting like pussy,
Yeah.
disease into it as the vaccination. And there was a county in England, I believe, that wasn't doing any of that stuff. And it was the only county that had 0 cases, or next to 0 cases of cowpox in the area. And the other counties just hated them because they, were the, anti-establishment, non-vaccinated people. And it's like, what happened today? Like, look at,
Yeah.
how come we haven't studied the Amish? Like, there's been a few studies, but
Right.
why do the Amish, live longer lives, are healthier? They don't have any SIDS,
No autism either.
no autism.
Yeah, that's the SIDS thing's the scariest one Because there's people saying that what SIDS is these children dying from vaccines. And that what your kid just died suddenly. Who knows what happened? Well, did anything happen before that? Did you like maybe inject them with a bunch of chemicals?
In the last couple weeks?
Was hepatitis B for a fucking baby? Did that go down? You know, what happened? But nobody wants to say it because nobody wants to be responsible for their child dying because they let that happen. So
and instead of going, that's interesting, they go, oh, you're a fucking anti-vaxxer, you're this, you're that, you're anti-science. It's like, the content of what I'm saying is, doesn't it fucking piss you off that SIDS even exists in the first place? And you're just putting this blanket, made up, I don't know what the right word is, to label. Oh, it's just sudden infant death syndrome.
Right.
We don't know what it is. It just happened suddenly, and it happened to an infant, and they died. Wouldn't you want to figure out what the fuck caused this instead of just like, oh, well, we don't know. It's just there's just a small percentage it just happens to. Well, what happened to the baby in the first, right before, the day before?
Yeah.
2 days before, a week before, 2 weeks before?
The Amish and the autism thing is really nuts. They don't find any autism.
They found, in the study I read, they found 2 cases of autism in this Amish population, and both were adopted kids who had been vaccinated.
That is so wild. That's so wild. It's like the overall implications are so large that people don't even want to consider the possibility of it. They'd rather keep the blinders on.
But
it's like what Carl Sagan said about people being bamboozled, that it's easier to bamboozle people than to trick them. It's easier to trick them than to convince them that they've been tricked because they don't want to believe it.
Yeah.
And that's what you see. Like people are like, you start talking to them about the possibility that these things caused all these problems, and their eyes glaze over. They're like, oh, where are you hearing this? Well, where are you hearing that that's not the case? Why are you so confident to say that this is what happened? People just like blank. The COVID vaccine saved millions of lives. Millions. Like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How many do you think got fucked up by it? I know a lot of people that got fucked up by it. And most people do too. And they don't want to admit it. Well, it's not correlation. Causation is not correlation. They want to pretend.
Why are they trying so hard to scare the shit out of everybody? Tell me that. Why'd they have fucking death tolls on the news stations?
Make a lot of money.
And that's what vaccines, same thing. There's a ton of money. Doctors get huge bonuses for fully vaccinated kids. That's the truth. Isn't that, I mean, like, instead of attacking the person that says that, isn't it something you should look into?
Right.
Is that a conflict of interest?
It seems like it is.
Should be.
Yeah, it seems like it is.
Let me try one of those.
Yeah, get in there, dog. You're not going to try 2. You want 2 at least. Come on, get a couple more, man. Or you're going to run dry. My friend Brendan Schaub, he had like four sixes in his mouth. I'm like, what are you doing? You have 4 in your mouth? Like, dude, I love them. 4. At any given time, I got 4 in there. That's so much. They have one, I think, called the Pablo. Is that what it's called? I think it has 30 milligrams. Like, I put it in my mouth for a second. I was like, I can't do this.
Good one, man.
I can't handle this.
Got a 50.
Oh my God.
50?
Oh my God, that's so crazy. That's so much nicotine. You're supposed to have like 6 milligrams a day for the benefits that they're talking about.
6? That's it?
I think that's it. I think that's all you need.
And the benefits increase the more you take?
I don't know. We'll find out. Imagine if like they do a study on all these guys that were using tobacco pouches all day. Like Shane Gillis, he fucking swaps a new one out every 5 minutes all day long, just popping 6s.
Real American right there.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a weird. I thought they were super addictive, so I quit for a few days. Yeah. That was fine. It was nothing. I felt nothing. Like,
I think you
not
have
even
a stronger will than most people, though.
Yeah, but I didn't even get a headache. Like when I quit coffee, I get a headache.
Really?
Yeah, I've quit coffee a couple times for a day or two, just for fun, to see what happens. I'm like, oh, I feel like shit. I'm 100% addicted to coffee, but I could quit it. It would just, I would feel like shit for a couple days, and I would just figure out what to take so I don't feel like shit.
Sugar, I think, is the biggest addictive substance.
Yeah.
You cut sugar out, you do like a
Whole
30 or whatever, you know.
They freak out.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, well, that's another thing that freaks out when people start trying ketogenic diets. They get the keto flu, they call it.
Yeah.
Because your body's like, where's the sugar? You know, and then there's also the problem that a lot of the sugar that we're getting is corn syrup. corn syrup is it's sort of a manufactured sugar. So your body, there's an extra step your body has to take to process it. Like people want to say, oh, well, it's chemically the same as it is from fruit or cane sugar, but
No, it's not.
it's not. No, no. The science shows that that is not the case. Not only
Anthony
that,
Fauci?
not that guy.
Okay.
If you criticize Anthony Fauci,
I am science.
you're criticizing science. Okay. What about those fucking AIDS vaccines you gave foster kids, you piece of shit?
Yeah.
In the 1980s where they died.
What about the polio vaccines your best buddy gave in India and maimed and
Yeah.
paralyzed a bunch of
How about
bunch
that?
of kids?
Most of the polio was from vaccines. This is like modern polio. There's a large percentage of modern polio that is vaccine derived.
The majority, Suzanne says.
Yeah, people. You tell that to people and they go, "What?"
No.
My favorite one is when people get nutty about all this stuff. What about polio? If they didn't have the polio vaccine, I go,
Jonas Salk.
what percentage of polio do you think is asymptomatic? Meaning you have polio, but you have no symptoms at all. And they're like, oh, probably none.
No.
None. 95 to 99%. You say that and they're like, what? And then you Google it and you see it right in front of your face. And people just go, what the fuck is going on here? Like, what is that? And then Suzanne Humphreys, when she connects DDT, where the first cases of polio were from rural communities where they were spraying DDT on all the crops.
Yeah.
They were spraying DDT everywhere. No one knew that DDT was so bad for you. They were spraying it everywhere. And not just people were getting polio. Dogs, horses, cows. It was like animals were getting the same symptoms. And polio is not it doesn't cross pollinate. It doesn't go to these other species.
Yeah.
It doesn't jump species. It was DDT poison.
That's coincidence.
It's wild. You tell that to people and their eyes glaze over. And I get it. I get it. I've been there before. It's like it's too much. It's too much to admit, as Carl Sagan says, the bamboozle.
Why though? Why can't we just be common sense? Like that's what I was thinking the other day. I was like, I don't want any shit in my water. Let's take out
Right.
the fluoride. Let's take out the chemicals in our water. In our food, can we take out artificial dyes? Is it too hard to have the same food U.S. manufactures that you put in the food in Europe that doesn't have the dyes in it, that doesn't have the
know.
bullshit,
From
that
the
has
same company.
20 less ingredients?
Yeah.
The same shit for us.
Yeah, the same company. No one's saying, don't give us Fruit Loops. I want Fruit Loops. Just give me Fruit Loops that don't give me cancer.
Yeah.
You can do that. It's still bad for you, but so what? It's less bad for you. Wouldn't that be better? Like, oh, it doesn't look as pretty? What? Once the milk gets in there and everything gets crazy, who gives a fuck? You know, no little kids are looking at that going, I don't like this as much. The colors are dull.
Yeah.
No, they're going to eat the Fruit Loops.
But is it too much to just want to have like common sense shit? Your vaccines, can we get them just double-blind, placebo tested, safety tested vaccines?
Well, they're going to do that now. And this is another
Are
thing
they?
that Bobby's done. Yeah.
Come
yeah.
on, Bobby.
The other thing that Bobby
Come on.
did you see that conversation that he had with the dentist about fluoride? Where the
Yeah.
dentist was questioning about fluoride. Well, you're going to have a lot more dental surgeries. And then Bobby hits him with the stats about like, what, you don't need that in the water. You could use, if fluoride is so effective, you use it orally, like toothpaste and mouthwash, and you spit it out. You don't have to swallow it and take it in your, and you probably shouldn't even do that. I don't use fluoride toothpaste.
No.
Eddie Bravo had a great point. He's like, if fluoride did so much, why would they specifically advertise toothpaste as not having fluoride? Fluoride-free toothpaste.
Yeah.
Which is true. That's what I use. I don't have any cavities. I haven't had cavities in fucking ever. I
But
can't
there's some
remember.
other ways to avoid cavities too. You know, like do oil pulling. Just swish some coconut oil around your
Yeah.
mouth. Add some baking soda if you want to it. Do you know that's somebody was talking about this recently about the myth around root canals.
Oh,
and the
thing-
danger of
yeah,
root
the root
canals.
canals can possibly leave bacteria under the
Parasites.
skin. And
Yeah, it's really bad for you. If you have a root canal, I do. I'm getting mine taken out.
What are they going to put a drill hole in there, a post to get a new tooth, or are you just going to go toothless?
New tooth, I think.
New tooth.
Yeah,
you
it'd be
don't-
kind of cool if I was a hockey player.
Maybe I get a gold tooth like a rapper. Let's go.
Platinum, diamond.
Have a couple diamonds in my teeth. Yeah.
Let's get a grill. I can see you with the grill.
I'm thinking
Next
about
UFC.
all diamonds. And Vampire Grill.
Big UFC coming up.
Yes. Yeah, the Marab rematch with Sugar Sean. That's an interesting fight. Very interesting fight. I do not know how Sugar Sean keeps that guy off of him, but I do like what he's been doing. Got off social media, stopped smoking weed, just dialed the fuck in. Got his hip fixed, which was a big problem. There's a lot of these fighters that take these fights because it's a lot of money and it's a big event and they don't want to cancel and they got a significant injury. Yeah. Sean could not wrestle. Imagine not being able to wrestle in camp and you got to go face Merab,
who's getting at you on the ground.
He's a fucking animal. That guy's superhuman. There's no one like him. The cardio that guy has is off the charts. It's just off the charts. I've never seen anything like it. He doesn't get tired.
Yeah.
And he's full gas, no brakes, the entire fight. It's just smothering, overwhelming people. Even Nurmagomedov, who's also an animal, he couldn't keep him off of him. So this motherfucker's crazy. And then when DC went to visit him on Sunday, the day after the fight, he was out running.
What?
Yep. DC went to his house to congratulate him, and he's like, and DC made a video of it because he showed a video of Merab's gym. He's got this gym in his garage, pretty dope. And he's like, this motherfucker's out running. He just won the world title, and the next day he's running. He's an animal, man. He's a fucking animal.
I was sad to not see you in Montreal.
Yeah, I haven't been going to Canada lately. I talk too much shit. I love Canadian people. I do love Canadian people.
And I like Montreal. It's a good city.
I love Montreal. Yeah. One of my favorite restaurants, Joe Beef, is in Montreal. If you can get in, go there. It's fucking phenomenal.
I'll drop you.
Incredible place. Incredible place. They'll let you in. But there's the culture in Montreal is amazing. I've always loved it. I've been going to Montreal since the 90s. I love it. I love Vancouver. I love Toronto. I love Canada. Like, I love the people. I just think they're going down a dark road with this government, and you can't. It's hard to pull that stuff back. Once they start taking away rules or instituting laws, taking away rights, pulling people's guns, doing all the things that they're doing right now. They allow polygamy now in Ontario. Yeah, they just passed a law. They allow polygamy because they have so many Muslims there.
Are we sure we want them as a 51st state? Or?
Yeah, we can clean it up. It's never going to happen. He was just trying to fuck with them, and it had the worst effect possible because they thought that Pierre and the Conservatives were a shoo-in, that this, like, it was going to be a Jordan, the way he described it. He said they were in a position where the Liberal Party had a real risk of complete collapse, and then Trump comes along. I'm going to turn it into the 51st state. I was on the phone with him, and he was telling me, he's like, I kept calling him Governor Trudeau.
Yeah.
And he goes, and I was, first of all, I was joking about turning it into a 51st state, but then a lot of people go, it's actually a good idea. I think it might be a good idea. It's so crazy. But that had the worst possible effect because then Canada united, like, hey, these fucking Americans think they're going to take over us, eh? And then they...
Sorry.
Yeah, it became a disaster for Canada, unfortunately. Because if he didn't say that, Pierre would have probably won.
I think, is this guy worse than Trudeau? Is that possible?
That's what Jordan believes.
Really?
Jordan believes he's worse than Trudeau. Jordan thinks he embodies all the worst aspects of the World Economic Forum, young global leaders mentality of control, and some of the things that he said about every decision will be made with climate change in mind, like that kind of talk. This idea of climate change, yes, sure, we should definitely clean up the environment, of course. But understand that there's no thing they do ever that's completely benevolent. It's not happening. No. Everything they do is about power and money. And so if they're pushing global health or if they're pushing climate control or climate change, it is about power and money.
It's a restriction of rights coming for sure.
And they just do it in a way where it's kind of undeniable because the future of our world, the future of your children. Meanwhile, Canada just pumping coal like a fucking semi on the highway, just bah, bah. They're just fucking making coal power plants. They're like, look at these idiots. We are just going to make as much electricity as possible because we're in a fucking technology AI race with these assholes. And then they found out that China has been sneaking in all of these listening devices to these solar systems that they sold us.
What about the Transformers?
Yeah, the Transformers. There's a lot of different things. Chinese solar power inverters. This is what it is. I'll send it to you, Jamie, if you can't pull it up in time. It's a race to see who gets it first, Jamie or me. You got it, bitch. Here it is. He's always quicker than me. and he's only typing one here, which is even crazier.
It's impressive, Jamie.
But so they found out that there's, they're calling it a ghost in the machine. There's these rogue communications devices found in Chinese solar power inverters. Yeah, of course. If we're stupid and we take their stuff because it's cheaper and there's no limitations on these foreign countries buying up land in America where you can't buy any fucking land in China.
Yeah.
You can't own a company in China. You can't buy land in China. They're smart about it. We're stupid.
We got
about
another
it.
China virus, huh?
So rogue communication devices not listed in product documents have been found in some Chinese solar power inverters by U.S. experts who stripped down equipment hooked up to grids to check for security issues. 2 people said. Over the past 9 months, undocumented communication devices, including cellular radios, have also been found in some batteries from multiple Chinese suppliers. Cellular radios in batteries. I mean, this is the ultimate Trojan horse. I mean, props to China. They're so clever. They knew we're dumb, and they know we're greedy, so we want like cheaper
Why
stuff.
don't we just shut this shit down?
Because we can't make these things. This is what Trump is trying to encourage. Like, you know, I talked to Tim Cook. Tim, you don't want to be opening up a plant in India. I don't like it. And people's like, that sounds like fascism. No, it sounds like someone who's concerned about national security.
Yeah.
Like, maybe we shouldn't have, like, who knows what's in this? Who knows what's in this? I never looked. I've never looked in this.
Yeah.
I don't look. And most of these are made in China or India, right? Why don't they make them here so we know that it's just the CIA spying on us?
Nah, they couldn't be doing that. They're benevolent.
My
They never
favorite
did
one
anything wrong.
is these phones that can't be hacked.
Oh, yeah.
Because I asked a legitimate security expert to do a deep dive on this, and he sent me an actual PDF. Like, he laid out all, he like literally went through it. He's like, I can get in all these.
Yep.
Everybody can get it. And he's like, if
Wasn't Elon going to make one?
he's talked about it, but he says, I hope I don't have to make a phone. That's what he says. I hope I don't have to do that. But if they get into his iPhone and fucking text get leaked and that kind of shit happens, maybe he will.
I was watching Kill Tony. Who's the comic who played Elon?
Kyle Dunnigan.
Kyle Dunnigan.
He's the best.
He's hilarious.
He's so
God,
funny, dude.
He's so
Have you ever
fucking
seen
funny.
his Instagram?
No.
Oh my God. He does these face swap videos with like Trump and Stormy Daniels and the Kardashians. Stormy! It's like, he's so funny, man. He's so fun. He's such a wild dude. Kyle is like the most underappreciated guy out there, I believe. I
Yeah.
really do. In terms of like all out funny. I mean, his stuff is so ridiculous.
Comedy, I feel like, is kind of in a better place.
Is in a better place.
Yeah.
I think a big turning point was the Tom Brady roast.
Yeah.
I think that was because it was the biggest thing ever on Netflix. More people watched the Tom Brady roast on Netflix, which is wild comedy. Tony Hinchcliffe, Andrew
Tony was
Schultz,
unbelievable.
on fire, on
Gosh.
fire. Yeah, I mean, he took that super seriously, and you know, I actually got a hold of Tom to get him on the roast. I
Really?
was like, yeah, I'm like, you got to get Tony Hinchcliffe. If they're doing a roast on you, he's the best roaster alive.
Yeah.
No exaggeration.
So you think after that, just more stuff was on the table, or
Well,
people were more?
Netflix was all of a sudden like wide open. They were completely open to do wild stuff now because they're like, look, fuck all this woke shit. This is not profitable. Not only is it not profitable, like we're actually killing the business. And you're killing the business of comedy because people watch these specials and like, what is this? Like you made a DEI comedy special or, you know, an inclusive comedy special where you're letting people do comedy in the biggest form in the world just because they fit this particular group of people, this particular political group. It's crazy. It's identity politics in the worst way possible because it's counterproductive for your business. Your business is to provide entertainment. And in some of your more successful businesses are the movies and shows. They're wild shows.
Yeah.
Like crazy shit happens in these shows. But not with comedy. With comedy, we have to gatekeep. We have to keep it. And I think they realized after they did a few of those things that nobody watches them. People hate them. And it actually is bad for their business. And then they do the Brady roast. Boom! And they're like, okay. You know, and when I did my special, they had no limitations on me. They didn't say anything.
And they have before.
And it was live. But no, because it was live. They're like, we're not telling you what to say. It's live. Just go ahead. We trust you. They went to see me live at the club. They're like, okay. I'm like, really? Okay. They're letting it go. Now, Tony has a special that's coming out on Netflix. They're doing Kill Tony is on Netflix now.
Really?
He's doing more roasts on Netflix. Yeah. It's great.
That's what you need.
And then I think it's also the competition with YouTube because so many people like Shane put his special out on YouTube. Ari put Jew on YouTube. So many people are putting these wild specials on YouTube and they're getting massive numbers.
Yeah.
Massive numbers. And so I think they're just like, look, we're in the fucking business. Like, what are we doing? This is obviously like super popular and people love it. And it's also really good. This is really good comedy. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Going
go back.
broke. Going woke.
Let's go back to where we were. And now that Trump's in office, it's like, well, the whole country leans in that direction now. So people want you to get more wild.
SNL's kind of funny again.
They've had some funny sketches.
Yeah.
They had Shane on
They had
twice.
Shane on twice.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good for comedy. It's good. Comedy has to be looser. You have to be more wild. Doesn't mean you're cruel. It doesn't mean you're evil. It's just comedy. Just like movies where people get shot, that's not evil either. Okay? It's like comedy is funnier when it says fucked up things. It just is. Always
a
has
joke.
been. Yeah, back from Richard Pryor and Lenny Bruce, and Sam Kinison and Bill Hicks and everybody else and Eddie Murphy. It's always been the wildest shit is what's funny.
Kings of comedy.
Yeah, exactly. King's Comedy, Blue Collar Tour, Dave Chappelle. It's like, it's all with the wild shit is the funniest shit, period.
That's what people want to see.
That's what people want to see. They know what it is. It's a fucking art form. It's called shit talking.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Put your offense to the side.
Yeah, just go have a good time. They don't mean it. Like, have you seen Brian Holtzman yet?
No.
Oh my God, you gotta see Brian Holtzman. He's a Los Angeles legend that we got to come out to Austin. And he was like the guy that would go on late at night, and he's so wild that Mitzi Shore wouldn't put him on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11.
Really?
She's like, no, don't let him go up. And we were dying. Holt's like, Mitzi, I don't understand. I'm not going to say anything crazy. And she's like, no way. 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, he's just saying the most ridiculous shit. He went on stage after Susan Smith drowned her kids, like the day after. He's like, I heard there were bad kids. I heard they sat that close to the TV. They didn't pollute away their blocks. They were always spilling their fucking milk. Those kids would not be missed. Like, it's a crazy character. You meet him in real life, he's the nicest guy on earth. But he's so funny. He's so ridiculous. I don't want to tell you what he's talking about now. I don't want to give it away, but comics just line up to watch this guy. Like, when he's on stage, we all get out to the balcony. Like, Holtzman's
Has he been in the mothership?
Oh, yeah, he headlines there all the time.
Nice.
He's there all the time. He wasn't having an audience in L.A. because they were putting him late at night. And here we're like, throw him up at 10 o'clock. Let him headline.
Yeah.
Give him 40 minutes, man. Let him go off.
Love it.
It's fun. It's a good time for comedy. A really good time for comedy.
But movies, though, we need movies. Movies haven't caught up, though.
No, but have you seen...
I'm not saying we got to go make Tropic Thunder multiple times.
Have you seen Segura's new Netflix series?
No.
Oh, my God.
Is it?
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. It's
What is
called
it?
Bad Thoughts.
Okay.
It's these short sketches, these short films, essentially. They're all like short, like 5-10 minute films.
Yeah.
And there's just a bunch of them. And they're fucking ridiculous. Like, so outrageous and so crazy that you're watching like, no, oh my God, what the fuck, dude?
Is it just
really
him or
wild.
is Bert with
A
him?
bunch of people. No, Bert is not in it. And Bert actually made a video congratulating
outs.
Tom and
Bert's on the
saying,
outs.
I don't know why I wasn't on it. Did you think about me having me on it? Kind of weird that my best friend didn't have me on his show.
Yeah.
He's like, and he told Tom, I'm kind of joking, but also kind of serious.
Yeah.
Like, was there any talks about having me
He's
on
a
it?
little hurt. Your first alternate, Bert. You just missed the cut.
I wasn't on it either. Who cares? It's great. It's really great. And it's like Netflix taking wild chances. Just completely wild chances.
They got so much goddamn money. Like,
Yes. Yeah, and so many viewers. It's like if you want to reach the most people, it's YouTube and then Netflix.
you think UFC is going to go to Netflix?
I don't know if they could do that. I'm a dummy. I'm not a business guy. I don't understand. So the problem is, would they be pay-per-view still? Because the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight was on Netflix, and it was you could just watch it, just like you watch everything else. You have to pay more for it. So if they had the UFC on Netflix, but they made people pay more for it, I don't know how that would work out.
What if you just did like $5?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's a good question, right? Like, if the UFC was $5 instead of $70, would you actually make more money? Because you get millions of downloads or millions.
We think
of
about
views?
the user base on Netflix.
Right.
It's
It's pretty immense.
it's got to be what, 500 million, a billion.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Maybe.
It's got to be way bigger than ESPN Plus.
And ESPN Plus fucked themselves with it a couple ago. I couldn't even get it on my.
Yeah,
TV.
they had a crash during the Ankalaev Pereira fight, right?
Mhm.
That's not good.
And I was like looking online, what the fuck? I'm not the only one. Like thousands of people were like,
What was the
ESPN.
root cause of that? Did they discern?
I don't know. It literally wouldn't let me get on.
That's another fight. Pereira took that fight with a broken hand and norovirus.
I knew he was messed up.
He's an animal. Netflix has 94 million monthly active users. The company has over 300 million paid global subscribers. So it's 300 million worldwide. Top tier, ad-supported tier. Oh, so they have an ad. Now you can have ads, so it's cheaper. You can get it cheaper with ads. Okay, they're distinct from paid subscribers. Multiple individuals can share an account.
Do you have any idea what the average pay-per-view on UFC is?
No, I don't. I don't know what the numbers are because I don't think they have to disclose it. Do they even? They used to disclose them
the
back in
boxing
the day.
boxing would all the time as like kind of a badge of honor. You know, there's 2 point like
Right.
Floyd would do.
4 million for the Conor McGregor fight. It was something crazy. Like
Yeah.
that was one of the records. And then the Manny Pacquiao fight, I think, was the biggest one ever.
Who's coming back to fight?
That's kind of crazy.
He's 46 years old.
But he's also saucy.
Great singer.
He's not going to come back 46 on the natch, I guarantee you.
You think so?
Well, I mean, if I was a person that was like prone to ridiculous speculation, which
Yeah.
I am, I mean, he carried his knockout power through 8 weight classes, and his physique notably improved.
Yeah.
I mean, and boxing has always had a steroid issue. Steroids, because like weigh-in tests on the day of the weigh-ins is just an intelligence test. It's just how good is your doctor?
Yeah.
How good are the scientists? Same as UFC. MMA was
Why don't they stop doing that?
well,
Or change the weight classes?
USADA. When UFC brought in USADA, all that changed and people's physiques melted. They changed radically. Alistair Overeem is the greatest example.
Yeah.
Alistair, when he fought Brock Lesnar, got drug tested, and he was saucy as fuck. When he's flexing on
Yeah.
stage, that's when he was Uberine. 260, solid as fuck, ripped, and just one of the more elite strikers on planet Earth, and Brock was fucked.
Yeah.
And then they make him take the drug tests, and he becomes a normal person with good fighting skills.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, he wasn't the Ubereem anymore, this destroyer. On the sauce, man. That guy was... I would love to see what an Alistair Overeem run on the sauce would have been. My
Demolishing
God.
people.
My God. It would have been epic. It would have been epic. It would have been really wild to
So
see.
you want to see it back in the game?
Oh, yeah. I want fun. I don't want to see fat heavyweights. The fuck out of here. I want Alistair back.
Yeah.
Get him back on the sauce. Alistair's like a vegan now.
You think John Jones fights this year?
I don't know. I hope so. But I don't know if he does. He doesn't have to, right? He's a legend. He's also 37. At what point in time is he 36 or 37? At one point in time, does a fighter say enough is enough, especially a natural fighter?
Yeah.
And if you are natural, and you have to be today, they just testing you way too much. There's probably some shenanigans that go on, you know, like when A-Rod had those gummies that had testosterone in them, and it was a short lifespan.
Half-life, yeah. Mhm.
There's probably some shenanigans that are still going on.
Well, I mean, if Balco could get away with it 20
Right.
plus years now, you would think there's got to be people out there who are ahead of the game.
Well, when I talked to Nowitzki, he was pretty open about that.
Oh, you had him on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, there's going to be methods that we don't catch.
Yeah.
Because there's always going to be some kind of a lab, like Icarus, like the documentary. You know.
Amazing documentary.
Woo!
With the KGB.
Woo!
That was incredible.
One of the greatest documentaries ever because
And he wasn't even doing that to
Right.
in general. He was just trying to
he stumbled upon it.
stumble
Yeah.
upon it.
Yeah.
Unreal.
And then he did that other one afterwards, The Dissident.
I didn't
Did you
see
see
that
that documentary? It's all about the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi.
Oh, really?
And that one interestingly enough, nobody wanted to stream that one.
Yeah,
Like, you had to buy that one.
not
Like,
surprising.
they put it on platforms, but you had to purchase it. I think that might still be the case. Because that one, because like Icarus
that
was
called?
available everywhere.
Use this legal.
The Dissident.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good, dude. It's
Oh,
very
there it is
good.
right there.
It's dark.
2020.
Mm-hmm.
Where does it say you can get it at? Just YouTube or
Tubi.
what the fuck is Tubi?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. It's one of those things where it's like they buried that motherfucker.
Those are the ones I want to see.
Yeah, it was a
Can't
good
get
one.
can't get platformed.
But Icarus, totally by accident, this guy stumbles upon. So what Brian was doing? Brian, who's an endurance athlete himself, was going to compete in a bicycle race naturally, and then the next year he's going to get doped
Cheers.
up and document the entire thing. So he gets a hold of this guy who is supposedly the head of the organization that stops drug use in Russia. But Gregory Rodchenkov starts explaining exactly how to
How to
do
get around
this.
it.
How to do this. This is what you're going to take. And then along the way, they get busted for tampering with the urine samples that were used during the Sochi Olympics.
Yep.
So they find out that during the Sochi Olympics, everyone was doping. Russia got like a ton of medals, and they kicked ass and everything. And interestingly enough, he said the one sport that they found that didn't benefit from steroid use was ice skating, the figure skaters. That like you had to have like fine motor skill, movement. It was really just about being light and being able to perform those things over and over again. And they didn't find evidence that giving those people steroids helped, which I thought was interesting because I would have thought it would have helped everything. There's a lot of explosive power involved when they jump and spin in the air. But so the entire team was doping, and then they had a hole in the wall where they would take the real urine sample, pass it through the hole in the wall, and they would give them back a doctored urine sample.
But it was the KGB who was running it.
The KGB was running it, allegedly, and the lids, through microscopic analysis, they had found that they developed some sort of a tool that could open these supposedly unopenable.
Without tampering with
But they
whatever.
found all these scratches all over that indicated that some sort of a device had gotten in there
Yep.
and popped open the little things that kept the lid from coming off. Woo. Well, it's like, when you have the Olympics, I think, first of all, my position in the Olympics is that it's a giant scam against the athletes. The athletes are generating insane wealth and they get none of it.
None of it.
It's crazy.
Like the top 1/10 of 1% can
Yeah.
make any type of money.
Yeah, and then they go out, and then maybe the top 10th of 1%, they get endorsement deals, and that's where they benefit from winning a gold medal in the Olympics. Meanwhile, the people that run it, the networks, everybody else, billions of dollars. But the thing that people want to see, the athletes get none of it. That is
Especially if you're in a
crazy
sport that
deal.
nobody, you're a decathlete, like
right, exactly.
making no money. You're a
Making
shot
no-
putter.
Yeah, no.
Congrats on the gold medal. Now get your ass back to work.
Nobody gives a fuck who won synchronized swimming.
Yeah.
You're not getting any money. But meanwhile, billions of people are watching on television. There's an immense amount of ad revenue, and you're not getting a penny.
Yeah.
And it's the only thing that they ever put on TV like that where you don't get a penny. NBA gets a cut, NFL gets a cut, everybody gets paid.
Yeah.
Everybody gets paid in boxing. Everybody gets paid in every fucking sport there is.
And these
except
fucking
the
athletes
Olympics.
won every 4 years.
Yes.
And by the way, you better fucking perform in the trials.
Right.
You can run the world record that year in competition and then go to the trials
Yeah.
like a thing Mud did, our 800 runner, and get tripped. Oh, fuck it. You missed the Olympics.
And
Sorry.
some of these gymnasts who are the best in the world, famous, are poor.
Yeah.
Best in the world at what they do. Spectacular performances. The whole world cheers. We're watching them with bated breath on television. Pull it off, pull it off. They stick the landing. Yes! They get nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's a dirty scam that's been going on for so long. People have just accepted it because it started back when there was no money in it.
Yeah.
Because there was no television. Like when you see when you see Adolf Hitler just fucking jonesing at the 36
Yeah,
Olympics.
he's tripping out.
Just
Tons of fucking speed.
Just tripping.
Don't let him beat you. Don't let him beat you.
He's just whatever the fuck he was on. That guy was feeling it. I love that video.
Jesse Owens just fucking torches
Yes,
him.
then puts up the fist. Yeah, amazing moment in history. But it's just, that was no money, right? Because there was no money. And then once television rolled in, they didn't say, hey, let's cut these athletes in on this. We're making billions of dollars now. Nope.
They can't even pay for their fucking training.
Exactly. It's fucking disgusting. Not only that, you're never going to beat the Cubans and the Russians back then because they were funding everything. I mean, these people didn't have to worry about how they were going to feed themselves healthy food while they're preparing to box in the Olympics like our guys did. You know, it's like
And the Chinese, what they're doing with their athletes, too. They send them away super early, and then you're in a program for 10 years to prepare.
Especially Russian wrestlers. Yeah. Like, what did they do to you?
Yeah.
Karelin.
Yeah.
Karelin, who the photo that I have out in the gym's maybe my favorite sports photo of all time. Karelin picking up that 300-pound man like he was nothing.
Yeah.
Like I pick up a 45-pound kettlebell. He's just fucking with his grit on his face. That picture, it's like fucking. Meanwhile, his parents
yoked.
His parents are like 5'5".
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 300 pounds and moved like a cat.
Natural.
I mean, he didn't even seem like a fucking human. When you saw him compete in his prime, guys would just flatten out on the ground, try to protect themselves from being pummeled into the earth over and over again. He wrestled different than everybody. Everybody was just trying to take you down. He was trying to pick you up and slam you repeatedly into the earth, like you getting hit in the head by the world. And he just did it over and over again until these guys just broke. I mean, the freak of all freaks. Look at the fucking musculature on this man. Totally natural, by the way.
Of course.
Yeah, I just ate a lot of borscht. Borscht. Yeah, just eating Russian sausages and what?
Beets.
Well, how about those European women athletes, the Eastern Bloc athletes, the women that they set records that still to this day haven't been broken?
Yeah, and won't.
I think that's the whole scam about getting transgender guys
Unless
to
the transgender get in
weightlifting.
there. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Beat those
take back some of those
suckers.
European medals.
Yeah, get the
I think that-
Bulgarians. Yeah.
Who are they letting in the Olympics? They're letting some trans athletes compete in the Olympics, which is like, okay, is that what we're doing?
Weren't the boxers in the couple boxers fought
Well,
each
one
other
of that
for a
one-
gold that were trans?
They thought, no, one guy fought a woman, but it's like a guy with a micro penis, allegedly, and like internal testicles, but went through puberty as a man, looks like a man, the whole deal, and then did a chromosome test for, allegedly, for previous boxing or organization body, and it came back XY, and like, you're a man. And then, that was very controversial. They didn't do that with the Olympics, which they clearly should. Like, they should do that with all sports. That's what the enhanced games guys are going to do. The enhanced games
No.
is the okay. The enhanced games is a very well-funded idea, and
Do you call it the enhanced?
Oh yeah,
game?
oh yeah. They're all going to be on the juice. They're going to be on the best steroids money can buy, the best
Who
current
is?
technology. All the athletes.
Okay.
And they're going to pay them when they win. It's like millions of dollars. There's millions of, so they're putting this together as a huge event, and they're trying to entice the best athletes in the world to do this safely. This is the enhanced games.
An update coming, I guess, next week.
Oh, so we had the guys on who were the guys who put together this, and I said, how are you going to deal with trans athletes? And they were like, I think we're going to do chromosomes, which is the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Let's stop fucking around. Just stop pretending that these males that identify as women who win, what is like 700 women were robbed of gold medals across various sports. It might have been more than that, because these biological men pretended to be women and identified as women and dominated in women's sports. They have a giant advantage. Stop pretending they don't. Just stop. And if you want people to compete, if you still want to compete and you're a woman, you should you should be protected and only have to compete against other actual biological women. Period. End of discussion. It's not bigoted to say
the trans women movement is actually anti-woman.
100%. Especially when it comes to sports, 100%.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sports. You're not seeing trans men dominating anything.
No.
It's because there's a biological difference.
Well, it's also a problem because if you're a trans man, now you have to take testosterone, which is banned. You can't take it.
That's
So
true.
are you going to let them take it and you won't let older athletes take it? That sounds crazy. That doesn't make any sense. So if you get like a 39-year-old athlete has low testosterone, you won't let him take it, but you let a woman take it to become a man. Like, shut the fuck up. Chromosomes. That's it. Double X and XY. That's
way
it.
too much common sense there, Joe.
It's just, it's the idea that that's bigoted is so crazy when there's a demonstrable effect. Like, you can clearly see that these people that are identifying as women but are actually biological males have massive advantages.
Yeah, but the people who you're asking those questions, whether or not who are not able to answer whether or not there's a decided advantage, can't even define what a woman is. So what are we
Exactly.
talking about?
But this kind of like head in the ground mindset is the same thing that you're seeing with COVID vaccines, the same thing you're seeing with pharmaceutical drugs, same thing you're seeing with U.S. aid and government.
Cancer.
People just don't want to know. And also they feel helpless, right? So they want to be like reinforced and feel better. Most people that are listening to us right now are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
Most people. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, how much are you going to stick your neck out for this? How much are you going to stick your neck out for anything? How much are you going to open your mind or open your mouth up about all-cause mortalities? How much you go, like all the different things that people are concerned with in the with wars,
Low
international,
birth rates, the explosion of cancer.
everything that's in the news, everything constantly. How much are you going to stick your neck out? Most people aren't. They can't. They don't have time. They have family. They have mortgages. They're barely getting by. They're not going to fucking risk everything.
And they're being told not to care.
Right. Yeah. And then they're being shamed if they do care.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be the anti-vaxxer at work.
Yeah.
If you say, well, I'm just telling you, I read some scientific papers being broken down by legitimate PhDs online. They were explaining what the mechanism is that this stuff could cause cancer.
Don't do your own research.
Don't do
Do
research.
not.
That was my favorite. That was my favorite.
Trust the experts.
And that's like right out of Orwell. And when it's Brian Stelter saying, all these people, they want to do their own research. What do you do your own research? Why would you ever assume that everyone who listens is dumber than you?
Yeah.
Why would you ever assume? And if you're an intelligent person and someone says there's medical research papers that you can clearly read that show you results, why can't I understand that? I can go through college and learn calculus. I can figure out how to program a computer. I can figure out all these things. There's all these things that I can do. But I can't research this effect that this chemical that I'm introducing to the human body does. Don't do your own research. Trust these experts. You don't trust experts in anything.
No.
Because over time, they're wrong about certain things, and new expertise emerges, and look, they used to use leaded gasoline. Should we trust the experts and keep putting lead in gasoline where they made IQs demonstrably lower? You can, like, statistically lower in places and where people grew up, and I'm one of them, who grew up in a place where at the time where they had leaded gasoline. I probably could have been way smarter when I was a kid. I was just sniffing fucking leaded gas. I have a buddy who has he used to live in New York, and he was trying to do a garden in his backyard. But he's a smart dude, so he took soil samples, brought it to university, and said, tell me like what's wrong with the soil. It's like filled with lead, all from those days, from back when everybody had leaded gasoline. It was just in the air, just everybody, just lead fumes, because they didn't want the engines to ping. Because if you have unleaded gas, when we used to have muscle cars back when I was in high school, if you put unleaded gas in a muscle car, they would run like shit. Because this was back when you could still buy leaded gas. Like, when did they make unleaded gas, Jamie? Yeah, like when was it introduced? And when did they ban leaded gas? That's the better question. Because everybody was just breathing in this.
But the whole point is that things change.
We learn
some stuff.
And if we're ignoring side effects because we want to keep our head in the sand, that's crazy. That stops the learning, which we need, which is why we don't do lobotomies anymore.
If you're a curious person,
So
Right.
lead was added to gasoline in the 20s to improve performance, but it was later discovered that it was a pollutant and a neurotoxin. Okay,
Oh,
the
really?
U.S. Environmental Protection Agency began phasing out lead in the 1970s. In 1996, the Clean Air Act banned the
Only
sale of leaded gas.
96?
Yeah. They wanted to keep making that money, Aaron Rodgers. So when I was a kid, in,
So they
high
learned in the
school,
70s,
Mhm.
and it took them
26 years.
26
Whatever.
years to
LOL. So when I was in high school, like if you had, because we had carburetors back then, there was none of those cars had electronic fuel injection.
Yeah.
And you bought leaded gas. Yeah, and I drove mostly muscle cars through my younger years, so I probably knocked my IQ down quite a few notches.
Yeah, at least 3 or 4 points.
I mean, people used to kill themselves in garages. They would lock themselves in their garage and just let the engine run until they died. That was the way people committed suicide.
Still do?
Yeah, it's the way people do. I know people who did that. Like, I don't know them personally, but they're friends of people that I knew. That they take a hose and attach it to the exhaust pipe and then put it inside the cabin, and it's
awful.
a way that people commit suicide. Yeah.
That's, what is that, carbon monoxide poison?
Yeah. Yeah, and we just put that out in the air. Yeah, but at least it doesn't have lead in it anymore.
That's good.
Fucking crazy. So the point is, like, experts they don't always catch all the problems with especially novel inventions.
And maybe there's some conflicts of interest.
Yeah,
Like
maybe.
they're being paid to say something. They're paid to do
Right.
something.
Imagine they find out it's a neurotoxin in 1970 and then they keep using it for 26 years.
It's fucking crazy.
Well, how else are you going to run all those cars that need leaded gas, Aaron Rodgers? Come on, smarty pants.
Water.
Well, that was the other thing, right? The guy who created a water car who yelled, they poisoned
poisoned
me.
me."
And then he dies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
How about that?
Research gone.
Can you imagine you're some Texas oil guy and you find out about some dipshit in Long Island that figured out a water car? Like, can't we send someone up there to
Send a
talk to
couple
this
boys
fella?
up there.
Yeah, like you're realizing your empire's about to collapse in front of your face.
And the fact that it actually happened.
Yeah. What happened to the water car? Apparently, you drive across the whole country on a tank or something.
Where's the trash car? Like from Back to the Future.
Right, that's what we need.
Why can't we put trash in the old,
Right,
You
the
know,
old
at the
compactor,
top, yeah.
the nuclear fucking
use that as
engine.
energy, huh?
What are that water car guy? What was the official cause of death?
Aneurysm. Stanley Myers is his name.
Yeah, they got him with the old aneurysm gun.
There's been a few of those guys, though, who've found
Whoopsies.
some other ways of doing it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
what a
taken out.
coincidence. What a coincidence that a guy who develops an engine that runs on 3/4 of the Earth's surface, that everybody has coming out of their tap, that everybody has, it's everywhere. You can buy it at the store, it's in your swimming pool, you swim in it, and that could be fuel. And it would what would it release? Mist? Nothing.
Makes too much
Steam.
sense. Yeah.
Probably be good for the environment. Probably help the trees.
Yeah, but climate change.
We're spreading all that mist out there. Probably help the trees grow. Be nice. Be greener. You
Why
know?
don't we plant some more trees?
Imagine if that did it, and all of a sudden Los Angeles started raining all the time. Just great.
That'd be incredible.
Because you just got all
Might
that
actually stay there.
moisture in the air, and it all comes down as rain.
Have you been on Newsom's podcast yet?
I heard it's really good. He would probably have me on. I'm not interested. You know,
I'd like to be asked.
It's not like I'm opposed to talking to Democratic politicians. I'll talk to anybody. But that guy, I'm not interested. Yeah. I talked to Fetterman. I like that guy.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. He's really struggling post-stroke.
Seems like he's doing a little better.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But he has a translator that he carries with
Oh, he
him
does?
everywhere. Yeah, when he's doing the podcast, he has an iPad in front of him, so that sometimes he has lapses of memory, short term. So like if you and I were just talking about something, he would forget what we were talking about, so he has to look at the screen. So sometimes he hears a question but doesn't process. But he's lucid and he's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
but they're attacking him like crazy now.
It's because he has a little bit of common sense. And he goes, but I'm going to
Exactly.
weigh each based on their individual merit, not,
Exactly.
oh, this is a Democratic issue, this is a Republican issue.
Exactly. They do not want anybody stepping outside the lines.
That's crazy.
It's weird, man.
And-
It's weird that people accept it.
If you know how the politics work, like, I know we're only 100 and whatever days into this, but
Mhm.
but after we get through this first year, the Congress ain't meeting the same way. They're starting the people who are up for re-election in 2026. They're going to start campaigning here after about 3 months into the new year.
Yeah, probably.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
So, what's going to happen? Who's going to be held accountable?
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how much money gets spent on these campaigns.
What about
too.
the new plane that Trump's getting?
Is he still getting? Is that real?
I don't know.
So, is Qatar was going to give him a 400
Qatar.
Is that how you say it?
I think so.
Qatar. Qatar. I've heard it said a bunch of different ways. Qatar.
I've been corrected many times.
Is it
I
Qatar?
thought it was Qatar
Oh,
or Qatar.
let's find out what the
That's
real
Qatar. Okay.
like a person who like cuts
Mhm.
themselves.
Horizontally.
Okay. Well, I'm wrong then. I thought it was Qatar. But either way, they were going to give him a $400 million jet, which
Yep.
is like, I want to know, first of all, what's a $400 million jet
So do
look
I.
like?
And
I
they
had no
also are
idea they
buying.
Qatar.
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 Okay. Then all those people that
Let's
fucking
see.
corrected me.
Can we hear, yeah, what the fuck? Can we hear a person from Qatar say it? See, Google person from Qatar pronouncing how to say it. I bet you there's a video on YouTube because it's a controversial one. I bet you there's a video.
Big controversy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, well, it is now. Theo was just there.
Yeah, he was talking with the troops, huh?
Or
Yeah.
CNN or this one.
That one. Try that one right there correctly.
We are looking at how to pronounce these names as well as how to say more interesting but often confusing country names and names from geography, so make sure to stay tuned to the channel. So how do you say it? Well, officially in Arabic it is to be said Qatar, Qatar. Easy, right? In English it is generally accepted that it is said as Qatar, Qatar, but Qatar is how
Okay, so it is Qatar. It's like Fedor Emelianenko. His real name is Fyodor. But we go, yeah,
Fedor.
we're going to tighten that up. Yeah. Qatar. We like Qatar, sir.
There's a lot of
Qatar.
wild names in the UFC. You guys gotta.
Oh, boy.
Do you ever forget when you're out there doing interviews? Like,
Yeah, there's struggles. Yeah. Some of them were rough, you know. I fucked up Umar Nurmagomedov's name once, but that was just because I knew his name. I knew how to say it. It's just my mouth didn't work right.
ladies and gentlemen,
Umar. Yeah, I just fucked it up. But there's a lot of these like Russian and Dagestan names that are really like Zabit Magomed Sharapirov. Yeah,
nice.
that
good.
that one is crazy. You know, there's a bunch of crazy
You in
ones.
the hotel room just practicing.
Yeah, you have to. I get them. What happens is before the weigh-ins, like sometimes I've never seen a guy fight before. Like they're new to the UFC, so then I have to find them online and watch some of their fights online. And then even then, like there's discrepancies in how to say the name, and so that we have to get it from them. And then they have little recordings where the fighter will say their name, and you're like, Jesus Christ, play that back again. Like, what is the vowels he's using? Like, what is this? You know. Some of Shavkat Rachmanov, like,
Yeah.
wow, Shavkat Rachmanov.
Huh?
Okay. You know, there's some rough ones. Yeah, it's generally like the Russian ones, the more
Dagestani,
difficult
yes.
ones. Yeah,
Tough.
it's weird where parts of the world develop ways of sounding that other parts, like if you like the way they talk in Japan versus Germany. You know, it's like it's like weird little Spanish now. Like Brazil, it's almost like a sing-songy, the way they say
Yeah.
"Buji," you know, the way they talk about it. It's like
Italian too. Yeah.
yes, Italian's very, very sing-songy.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird. The different parts of the world just decide, like, no, we're gonna be fucking stoic with the way we say things. And then you go to Italy, it's like they're all drunk, like, hey, yeah, capiche. Yeah, it's fun. They're having a good time. And then they're like, the colder the climate, the harsher the
Yeah.
sounds. Harsh are the words.
Hard people.
Yeah, hard people. Yeah. The
Vikings.
worst, the worst time I've ever had trying to understand people that are speaking English was in Belfast.
Oh,
We were in Northern
been to
Ireland for a
Belfast, too.
UFC, and
Yeah.
me and this dude from Belfast got drunk at this bar. And I remember he just kept saying, "I'll fight any man." He just kept repeating. No, he wasn't even a big guy. He was just. I'm like, I believe you. And we're all getting hammered, and just that was back in the day when I could get drunk with locals. So
can't do it anymore.
nah, because see Theo Vaughn got in an altercation in Nashville yesterday
No.
or a couple days ago. Yeah, some guy was fucking with him for some viral video, and Theo grabbed him by the neck and pushed him away. And it
Theo been
made-
training?
made
You've been doing some
Theo's-
jujitsu training
I
or what?
don't believe so.
No?
I believe it was probably a bad move. You never know who you're grabbing. But the guy was just doing it to get a rise out
Yeah.
of Theo. He's fucking with them. But
That's the tough part about being out in public. Is like,
yeah. But back then I wasn't so famous. I could go around, so it was fun.
no one
the
ever
guy
tried to
knew-
fuck with you when you were out?
Nah, they're all friendly.
Yeah.
Most of the people who know me are nice. Who know of me. It's like every now and then I get a side eye from my blue hair. You know.
Wearing a mask. Hey, take your
Just
mask down. I can't
people that
understand you.
think
Take your mask down.
That I helped Trump. That's where it really ramped up. Before the Trump thing, people didn't
Oh,
bother me.
the Kamala stuff about
Yeah.
what a moron to not come on the show. I mean,
Well, Pierre didn't come on either from Canada. I offered to have him on as well.
really?
Yeah,
That's-
his people didn't want him coming on. His people apparently thought that it was a bad idea for him to come on the show.
Well, I mean, I think anybody with a brain knows that Trump coming on here had a big sway on the election.
I think Trump is a unique individual, though. If you talk to a politician that only does well with canned questions and with speeches that were written in advance by skillful people, like Trump famously rants. Okay, so to have that ability to go up in front of 15,000 people and just have a rough outline of what you're going to talk about. And so I said to him, you know, and he just like starts when he's doing Biden wandering around like not knowing where he's going. He's doing stand up.
Yeah.
And he has a set, and he's doing this set to arenas all over everybody else has a script. Everybody else is reading off a teleprompter. Everybody else has to know what they're going to be asked in advance.
I mean, Biden famously had the questions and who to
Yeah.
call on and
Yeah,
what the
yeah, yeah.
answer was supposed to be on that little note card that
Yeah.
got multiple times. It got
Would you like to
exposed.
take whatever they gave him before the debate?
Oh my gosh.
I bet it's awesome. I bet it's like that shit from that Bradley Cooper movie.
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden you start seeing numbers
Yeah.
in front of you. You're like, I think I got it. I think I could do the debate. Like, because every other time he's like barely coherent.
Well, that and an earpiece, he did pretty well.
Yeah, there was probably some way of communicating with him for sure. I mean, I don't know why they would risk it. Like,
How about the
Kamala
one-
had some weird earrings. Remember those earrings?
Yeah.
And the company that made those blue teeth earrings was like kind of taking credit for it. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to see here. I just think it's funny how now there's the one guy on CNN wrote a book about Biden's, cognitive decline.
Yeah.
And he was like one of the biggest proponents of like, no, he's sharp as ever, sharp as a tack. You know?
Yeah, I don't know why they thought they could write that.
But it was all fucking theater. And they do a debate before anyone's ever done a debate.
Mm-hmm.
Let him go up there without his drugs,
Yep.
without his uppers,
Yep.
without his earpiece.
Yep.
Like Trump's responses to some of those, I don't know what you said, but
I don't think he does either.
he does-
I don't know
I
what
was
he
laughing
said.
at going,
And
what
I
the
don't
fuck is
think
this?
He does either.
Yeah. And then they
That's
just fucking move
amazing.
him out of the way.
Yeah. How about we beat Medicaid?
We beat
Okay, and they cut the
Yeah.
time off. Like, oh my god, like what are you doing? You guys set him up. But it's so bad. It was so bad for the Democratic Party because if
And then
they were just honest about that and then had a primary,
Yeah.
I just don't think he wanted to step down. And Jill didn't want to step down.
No, Jill didn't.
He's as sharp as ever.
I think
Remember she did the one thing afterwards where he got done. You answered all the questions.
so good.
My wife said that to me. I'm like, what did they give you? Are you high? What the fuck are you talking about? Of course I answered all the questions.
She
That's
just
all-
answered the questions for him on The View as well.
That was even better. Like Dr. Jill's
I
on
thought you
here.
did such a great job. You were such a great president.
Is she a doctor, like a medical doctor, or is she like a
I think
PhD?
she's like me. She's got an honorary degree.
No. No.
No, she passed.
I think she has a real one, right? But that doctor thing is very sneaky. We should need a different distinction. You know, like should be PhD, which is very impressive. Like you should be able to say I'm PhD Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But you have to say I'm Dr. Aaron Rodgers, right? Like if you got a real PhD in something,
I think I'd say PhD.
right? But would you introduce yourself like that? That sounds gross. But saying Dr. Rogers is like, oh, Dr. Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, this is doctor. You're a doctor.
Yeah, doctor.
They used to call Cosby Dr. Cosby.
Why?
A lot of people call it because he got an honorary. I'm just putting this out there. I'll speak at university if you give me an honorary. I want to be Dr. Rogan. I think it'd be fun.
Oh, for sure.
It'd be fun.
People already think you are after your COVID comments.
Well, I had a good doctor, actually. I had a good real doctor that gave me good advice.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh, what a weird world we live in.
Can't believe we're here.
But what is Dr. Jill?
In 2007, at age 55, she got a doctor of education from Delaware, I think.
Damn it, 55.
Congrats,
That's kind of wild.
doctor.
I wonder if she did it just to be a doctor. Like, I just really want that.
This is gonna look good
Want
when,
that name.
when Joe's the president.
Yeah, Dr. Jill. Didn't
You know
Joe
my favorite-
meet
one of
her
my
when she was like 15?
Yeah. But
Whoops.
when Biden was talking about his handicap to Trump,
Oh, yeah.
I'll play you if you got to carry your own bag though. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you gotta
can't
carry
even move
your
your
own
arms. You're
bag.
an 8 handicap, Joe.
He falls down going upstairs. That's so rare. It's so rare that people fall down
tough
going
to do.
upstairs.
It's
And
tough to
you're going to
do.
beat Trump at golf. Trump is actually really good at golf.
Yeah.
Like he wins his club tournaments.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Like you're playing with like real golfers. Like he's apparently a really good golfer.
Yeah,
Like what is his golf handicap?
I think he's definitely a single digit.
But that's a crazy thing to say for Biden. Biden also said he would kick his ass. I'd kick his ass.
Yeah.
I'd take him out to the woodshed. It was a fun time to
Like
watch.
remember when he told that worker like they're like some sort of steel mill or something, I'll punch you in the face or something.
He called him a dog-faced, what is it, pony-faced liar? What the
Yeah.
fuck did he say?
Dog face. I think.
Pony-faced dog soldier?
Yeah,
Something like
something
that? A pony-faced, I don't remember what the phrase was.
Fucking neck sniffer.
But it was fascinating. It was fascinating watching people run cover for him. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like,
Still do.
that really damaged the Democrat Party that they let them do that. Because imagine if they didn't, imagine if they had a real primary, like a real one, and, you
You
know.
think Bobby would have a chance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so too.
Yeah, 100%. Especially if they let him talk. Especially if they let him present some of the information that everybody's saying he's a kook. Let me present this to you. And he's so calm because he's been doing this for so long. He doesn't get emotional, which is a real trap.
Yeah.
When you're accused of being a kook and you get emotional, it's
Or
a real
super
trap.
defensive.
Yeah,
you know.
super defensive, and he doesn't do that.
And I thought he was great in the, in the sessions of Congress when he was trying to, what do they call that when they're asking him all those questions and trying to fucking pin him down when he's nominated.
Yeah.
I thought he was great.
No, he's great. But he's a brilliant guy. And
But these
if
guys-
he didn't have this voice issue, it would be a shoo-in. I mean, he would have won.
Yeah.
He would have been the next president. Like, I'm not bullshitting. If the Democratic Party allowed him, they had no gatekeeping and allowed a real primary, and Bobby got in, and Bobby didn't have a voice problem, and he had the intellect that he has, and the background that he has, and the history of environmental protection that he has. I mean, he was an environmental attorney that literally helped clean up the East River. He stopped these companies from poisoning the environment.
And that's my problem with the entire Democratic Party is that just because Trump won and Elon is working for him and Bobby's working for him and insert anybody's put in his cabinet, all the good shit that they're doing, the
Yeah.
billions that Elon has found of just fraud and corruption and bullshit, Bobby's saying, hey, let's just look at these vaccines. Let's look at the efficacy. Let's do real safety tests on these. Like all the common sense shit that's going on right now by the cabinet members, dissolving the Department of Education, all the different things they're doing. Like, if it's good for the country, if it's common sense good for the country,
Yeah,
then
it
why are we
doesn't-
not on fucking board with this?
It doesn't mean you shouldn't criticize the bad stuff. But
No.
if you criticize everything or if you ignore all the good stuff, then nobody's going to listen to you. You
Yeah.
can't do that. It's like if you have an enemy. If I have an enemy, I don't have any enemies. But if I had one and he was really good at something, I'd be like, I think he's a piece of shit. But I'll tell you what, he's fucking talented. Like this thing that he does, he's really good at it. That's just fact.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. And if you think someone's if they're on the wrong party in your eyes, but they're doing something good, you go, look, I think that's good. I think this is important. It's good for everybody. Like it has nothing to do with parties. It should have nothing to do. If there's something that a person that you don't like who's in office and they pass a bill and that bill benefits us all, we should all celebrate. And the fact that we don't is nuts. The fact that no one cared that Elon brought those fucking people back from space. The guy's a fucking hero for that. And any other time in history, the super genius sent a fucking rocket to go rescue the people that were trapped in orbit because NASA couldn't. They couldn't.
And if he'd done it in 2016 when Obama was in there, it would have been fucking great.
It would have been great. And they could have done it while Biden was in office.
Yep.
But they wouldn't let him do it because politically it would look like a victory for Trump because Elon supports Trump. So they left those people up there.
That's fucking wrong.
It's evil.
Yeah.
It's evil. It shouldn't be a political thing.
96% of the articles about Elon are bad.
96%. Yeah.
You're attacking one of the smartest guys in the country who
Well,
literally is spending part of his time trying to fucking clean up the government efficiency and waste and corruption and fraud.
And there was a comparison to 96% of something else that was all good that might not be good. See if you can find what that comparison was.
Talking about Pelosi's stock trades or something?
You don't hear a peep out of that. There's no media stories about except
Wasn't there
Fox.
a bill that was put out there that was
Called
trying
the
to stop
Pelosi bill. They were calling it the
right?
Pelosi bill.
Didn't fucking make it, huh? Yeah.
I love
Making
the
too
one
much
time
money.
when she gets asked it during a press
I saw
briefing.
that.
It's like, what? I think we should participate. All right.
There's no conflict of interest.
Pushes the mic away
Yeah.
like this. She's 4 wines in, going, what are they talking? Stock trading? I don't even know what they're
Can't
talking
believe they
about.
would bring this up.
I mean, that's something that Elon has said we should investigate. That how
All
come
of them,
these
'cause it's on
people
both
are worth-
sides.
On both
It's
sides.
on both sides.
It is on both sides.
100%.
100%. That's something that maybe we could have bipartisan support for. You know, there's some bipartisan things that people support. One of them is the new ibogaine research, which is wonderful. It got past the first step in Texas.
Good.
The ibogaine
Yeah.
then they're going to do
For PTSD,
for
veterans.
soldiers and
Yeah.
veterans.
Love
That has bipartisan support. I love when something has bipartisan support. That should too.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Elon stuff should be like, look what he's done.
We should be championing it.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't like his politics, fine. But
Right.
you loved it before. You loved the green cars and electric cars and shit.
Right. It's
Until
all
he-
so kooky.
Until he fucking won the election for Trump, and now he's running Trump, and he's running the government. Look at his kid on Trump's lap, and blah, 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 blah.
I think as soon as he got the Twitter files and he found out what the government was doing, he was like, whoa. Imagine you have so much money that you could actually buy a conspiracy. You could find the answer. Because that's what it is. It's like the only
That's
time
what
in history.
Epstein's Island would have been if we could.
We still wouldn't have gotten anything out except listening devices. I bet they're everywhere. They would have to gut the walls. They would probably gut, if they sold to us, they probably gut the walls. But
No, as is.
yeah,
as
as
is.
is, as is.
No contingencies, just as is.
Yeah. I mean,
There's other islands, though.
I bet there is, right?
Go ask your buddy Alex about it, probably. I bet he knows.
Black helicopters take him over to the island.
You're so good.
That's the only impression I could do.
Hey, Alex looks good, man.
Him and
He
Joey
lost some weight. He looks
Dude,
good.
he looks fucking great.
Yeah.
My friend Sean's training him.
Nice.
Yeah, he's been working with him every day. Just makes him work out. Come on, we're doing it.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, oh, come on, let me check Twitter real quick. See how my engagement's doing. If Elon didn't allow him to put InfoWars on Twitter too, he puts all of his shows on Twitter, and they get millions and millions of views. And guess what? He's right all the fucking time, all the fucking time. And they just want Sandy Hook and Sandy Hook. No one even knows who did Sandy Hook. You ask the average person Sandy Hook that connected to Alex Jones.
Yeah.
They don't even know the guy who was the actual murderer. And here's my question. How does one get bad information about that? And how much of that bad information is fed to a guy like him so that he repeats it, so that you could trap him, and then you accuse him of it?
Well, he's been right so many times about
They got
some
him
of the
with
other
that one.
things.
They got him with that one.
But I mean, that's what I mean, because he's been right so many
Mhm.
times, you gotta shut him off.
It's a way. I mean, it's certainly. And then Asla, he was going through it during that time. He was drinking way too much. He was drinking all day. And he was, imagine you're in a job where you're uncovering things that nobody else knows all the time. All the time. And
It's a lot of pressure. A lot of
there's no way you can research all of it too down to the bone either. And when someone sends you videos that have been doctored, or someone tries to tell you they're using crisis actors, that's a classic one. People say they use crisis actors. Like, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that there have been times where the government was trying to promote some sort of a narrative, and maybe they did something that went sideways, and then they brought in some people to pretend that they saw something that didn't happen, or they described something in a way that wasn't true or accurate. I think the government would definitely do that. They've done so much.
well, they've done so much. Gulf of Tonkin, Operation Northwoods.
Yeah. The idea that they
On and
wouldn't
on and on.
they wouldn't have people, but I don't think that would work anymore.
It's
See, the
tough
thing
to-
is,
It's tough.
yeah,
Because you can't control
yeah.
Joe, concerned citizen on the street with their phone out.
Too many people have phones. It's like that fucking ship has left the harbor. You're not doing that anymore. I don't think, unless you're using like super sophisticated makeup techniques, which they also have.
Seen some of those masks that people can put on that look.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane. Especially in nighttime situations, like outdoor nighttime situations. Like you could be
Couldn't tell the
in
difference.
No way.
Yeah.
Those masks are insane. They're so. See if you can find some of them CIA masks. And by the way, this is just the shit they show you.
Yeah.
You tell me they don't have more advanced stuff
Well,
now?
that's what I'm saying about the the propulsion systems that they have,
Yeah.
and your guy was saying that stuff too. Like
Yeah.
half the stuff in the sky is probably ours.
Or someone else's. That's the scary thing.
Yeah.
The scary thing is China. And
Well, the scary thing, I was living in New Jersey last year when the drone stuff was going on.
oh boy, did you see him?
I saw a drone, a military-style drone, silent drone above. It flew right over my car.
It was silent.
Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Like it made no noise.
no noise.
Did you open the window and
Yes,
get out of
the
car?
window was. I was leaning my head out, looking up at it, and it was probably 50 yards or less up in the sky, and it flew right over my car. And I'd sit in my backyard at night and see a lot of weird shit in the skies.
What did it look like?
That one looked like a military-style drone, a
Oh, like one of
smaller
those
version
ones
though.
that shoots the
One that was
rockets
like
out
it
of?
was more like the size of this room, end to end.
Wow.
Actually, less, probably 3/4 of the size of it.
Wow. And so it looked like the standard military drone, but it was
Yep.
silent.
And it flew right. I was trying to point at the cars behind me to look up at it because it was going nuts. Everybody was talking about it. I had coaches who'd seen them over their house, different ones. Most of them they were seeing were military-style ones, but there was a lot of people and a lot of stuff I saw in the sky that didn't look like military stuff.
Yeah, Mark Norman.
And then
saw
they
one,
weren't
didn't
saying
he?
shit about it.
Yeah.
They had some briefing, and the Jersey
Mhm.
governor comes out and goes, something's going on here. They won't tell us what's going on. There's
Then they
something in
went away.
Iran off the coast, and blah blah. And then and then Trump said, "Oh, we know what it is," but nobody ever said what it was.
And then it stopped.
And then
Yeah. And it was
then
like
there's
right
theories they were
before the
looking for
election.
some sort of missing missile, and there's this and that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's creepy.
Well, I was really worried about that. The transfer of power, like, would have been interrupted if there was some sort of a nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't. There's ways to.
And there are a lot of people thinking that something might happen
Well, that was look. They tried to kill him. Somebody tried to kill him,
twice.
and the one that where the kid on the roof, that one's nuts. And that is, you want to be a
And that's the
conspiracy
thing, they can't
theorist? Start with that one.
They can't control Joe, concerned citizen on the side, and who's like, "Hey, there's a guy up there. There's a guy
Yeah.
up there."
Not only that,
90 seconds before it happened.
they can't control the internet sleuths that have tracked a phone from outside where the area of the FBI office to this guy's place
Yep.
multiple times, back and forth. They can't track how his fucking apartment was professionally scrubbed, but there's no silverware. There's nothing there. No hard drives. No laptops. He doesn't have social media.
And if he doesn't turn his head
Right.
90
Yeah, like,
degrees or whatever,
How
he's,
do you get radicalized without being on social media? I want to know that.
Yeah.
Like, how do you even get so politically
So what is it?
responsible at 20 years old?
So what is it? Is it a
How'd you get in that
continuance?
BlackRock commercial, Billy?
Is a continuance of the MK Ultra stuff?
Yeah, for sure. I would think. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass. But if I had a guess, I think you can do that. I think, listen, for all the conversations that I've had with people that are mind control experts, including earlier this week, Rebecca Lemov, I think not only have they tried to do that since the 1950s, but they've successfully done it to certain people, certain individuals. They've successfully manipulated people. I think they did it with the Manson family, and I don't think that stuff just ends.
Yeah, the Chaos book was awesome.
Incredible.
Great book, and you had him on here.
Yeah, I don't think that ended.
No.
Why would they end that if it's effective? They would just like be more secretive about it, just like they're probably super secretive about these propulsion systems. I mean, it's like we want to pretend that the government works for us. We want to pretend like there are representatives, but clearly there's all this money flowing around and all these people that have power and secrecy. And Kennedy railed about it in the 1960s, and they shot him in the head.
Speaking of that, then that whole thing, because that's what got me into questioning things. And then they roll out, 4 or 5 internet influence people to give them some notebook or some shit, like they actually release some information about the Kennedy files, and it's literally a heavily redacted just pile of nothingness.
My question about that is, if you're going to shoot Kennedy, you're not going to write it down. I don't think we're going to find anything. I didn't think we were going to find anything that's like, we did it. We were in the grassy knoll and we hired these assassins and here's their pay stubs. What I thought it would be is maybe we would find out some information about who Lee Harvey Oswald was actually working for. Maybe we would find out how he was able to defect to Russia and then come back to America. How he got in the school book depository and nobody, like they don't do a security run of the area where the Secret Service checks to see where the vulnerabilities would be. They do that kind of stuff. Why would you put him in an open convertible when you have like multiple
Why would you move the motorcade?
places where people can hide? Yeah. It seems like they killed him.
And the Zapruder film.
And so I think they killed, like, somebody asked me this the other night on stage. It was one of those bottom of the barrel questions. Would you, if you could find out who killed JFK or if aliens are real? I'm like, aliens?
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure I know who killed JFK. Like, I'm pretty sure our government was involved, and I'm pretty sure the mob was probably involved, and I bet a bunch of fucking really pissed off guys.
And the FBI, Hoover hated the Kennedys.
Yeah, and then the Bay of Pigs went down, and lot
Dulles'
of pissed off.
whereabouts, him getting fired,
Yep.
Dulles' connection,
Yep.
all the way back to the OSS, to the Bush family.
A lot of people wanted JFK dead. A lot of people want that.
Silver
to me,
Standard.
that to
that
me
whole
makes
thing.
sense. The alien thing makes.
Yeah.
If the JFK thing was a total mystery, still I'll say the alien thing because he's dead. He died in '63. There's nothing you can do about that. I want to know what's going on.
So do I.
That's what I want to know. That's my number one thing. I want to know what is going on because I think something's going on. I don't think it's nothing, and I
think it's coming.
Some of it is ours. I think some of it is not, and I think we probably have been in contact with things. And I think
Since at least the 40s, I think.
Yeah. Maybe
And-
even
and-
before that.
What about one thing we haven't? It's slightly related to that, but how about Milley releasing the files in Argentina about Hitler going out there?
Yeah,
You
isn't
see
that
that?
wild? Is that confirmed that Hitler did go live in he
There's
survived?
a ton of German Nazi stuff in Argentina.
Oh yeah, Tim Kennedy went down there for
Yep.
a television show called Finding
Finding
Hitler.
Hitler.
Yeah.
I remember that.
You go down there, they have Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
There's towns where they all wear lederhosen and they all fucking speak German. You're like,
But we also know that there was at least 5 or 6 Hitlers. Like he had multiple body doubles.
oh really?
Yep.
Well, he's cranked out a bit. He had that idea. He's sitting there going, I want to make fucking more of me. Can we clone me yet? Don't you guys figure out how to fucking clone me?
Hey, Goebbels, can we get rid of this cracked out Hitler here? He's making us look bad.
And who would have ever thought that in 2025 Kanye has it in a song?
My God.
What is the next crazy thing that's going to explode in the news? Is Bill Clinton's going to have an OnlyFans? Like, what is going to happen? What is the next thing that's going to make us all go, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's coming. You know it's
How
coming.
many guys were on video saying, ain't no party like a Diddy party? How many people like openly talked about being there?
LeBron?
Yeah, how Ashton Kutcher, all these people. Like, you guys all went, you didn't see nothing? You didn't see nothing?
Donnell.
Donnell went? Did he? Of course he
He's
did.
on tape,
Donnell
like,
who?
trying to defend himself.
Is he really? Is he trying to defend himself right now?
It's pretty funny.
I gotta call him out. Donnell, you gotta back away from that.
Isn't there a video with Kamala?
She was at one of the Diddy parties?
Isn't she in the background with?
It might have been the difference between Diddy parties and freak offs. Oh my
They're giving him
god.
shit too because he's sitting in his little.
Oh, the guy from Chappelle Show.
And then
He's in between
Dave's
his
there
legs.
too, and then Russell Simmons too. Oh boy. But is that at a party or is that just a group of them together?
They were like on a yacht or something like that.
Okay, but that's not the Diddy
No,
party.
yeah. It's not like they were like.
I think
You think Diddy was rogue or Diddy was like Epstein type,
That's a good
working for
question.
somebody?
That's a good question. Well, it would be a
'Cause he had the
great way
juice
to,
on
to
A lot of
compromise celebrities. Yeah.
Yeah.
And get them to say whatever you want them to do, get them to do whatever projects you'd like them to do. And you know, if you're a bunch of other celebrities are there, you're like, oh, look, Bill Clinton's here. This is fine.
Yeah.
This is cool. Look at this. Like, Brad Pitt's here. Well, this is cool. You don't even think there's anything wrong with being there. Meanwhile, you're getting drugged up and filmed, and then they're passing out punch. Have some punch, Aaron. And you have some punch, and all of a sudden you're like, I'm feeling really good. I just feel amazing. You're all mollied up. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Probably a combination of things they give you.
And it's all being filmed.
Crazy. Now, if that's not an intelligence agency operation, it's just one fucking evil super genius who figures out how to compromise everybody by providing this crazy freak off party. Everybody's got to put their phones away. Okay, we're going to put our phone away. No one's going to know anything. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be cameras everywhere. It's just one guy doing that. What a diabolical human being.
Yeah.
He seems pretty diabolical.
He's probably working with somebody or for somebody,
Maybe.
and maybe he just got too far out there.
Some of the shit that came out in the trial, though, like he's forcing his girlfriend to have sex with prostitutes while he was sitting there jacking off with a bandana on. She'd rub the jizz on his
On
nipples.
his-
Like, what are we even talking about?
But what's he gonna go away for? Like, what's the charge?
Question.
Is it
Good question.
kidnapping or is it?
I don't think he's even being
false
charged for
imprisonment
beating
or-
her up. Like the video of him beating her up, he's not even getting in charge for that. Megan Kelly said that. She said,
Who's got all the videos?
yeah, where in them? What's in the videos? What's that about? I mean, what would happen?
We
What
need-
would happen
We need
if we got
Candace.
videos?
We need
of,
Candace to do a deep dive.
if we got videos of thousands of celebrities just butt fucking each other and sucking dicks and taking Molly, and guys are passing them around like. Combs pleaded not guilty to the new superseding indictment, which added 2 charges to bring the total to 5. He's charged with racketeering, conspiracy, transportation to engage in prostitution, and sex trafficking. So he's not being charged with the assault.
The sex trafficking is the worst.
But he could get charged with it in the future. It's not like they can't like charge him with more stuff.
That's
It's
what needs it.
alleged to use threats, force, and coercion to get victims to engage in sex acts. Once allegedly dangling a victim over an apartment balcony, according to prosecutors. Jesus Christ. Okay, ex Diddy bodyguard says witnesses went missing before trial. Said he was poisoned 3 times. Did you find the cyanide thing? But if you put it in-
Oh, it's right there. It
says
says,
it in here.
I've been poisoned 3 times. Toxology report showed cyanide.
Yeah.
Whoa. Cyanide metabolizes into pneumonia in your body. So I've had pneumonia on 3 occasions, he claimed.
Big homie.
Big homie. These problems didn't start for me until I started to speak out about people like this. You know, it's been a hard time to line up this interview because the last time I was scheduled to be in this interview, randomly our car got hit from the side by a blacked out vehicle with no license plate. That happened 3 times this month so far. Somebody didn't want me to do this interview. Like, holy shit, man. Woo! But put it into grok. Cyanide poisoning pneumonia. Because I think it's not just him saying that or this article saying that. I think that's a real thing.
Do we like grok?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I think all of them are dependent upon the information that's out. So
The danger is that people are only like, if I'm on X and there'll be a story, the comments underneath are all saying, "Is this true?" at grok.
Right,
Or whatever.
And grok jumps in. Yeah.
But like, who's putting the information into Grok.
Well, Grok's getting the information from the entirety, I believe, of the internet, and some of the entirety of the internet is lies and official lies, like that have been accepted as truth by organizations. So that's a problem. It says these are rare and indirect connections. There's no evidence that cyanide itself causes the infectious inflammatory process characteristic of pneumonia. If you are asking about a specific case or context, occupational exposure, a medical scenario, or historical incident, feel free to provide more details, and I can tailor the answer further. What is the how'd you prompt it? Does cyanide poisoning lead to pneumonia?
Not directly.
Could you give someone pneumonia by poisoning them with cyanide? How about that? Could you give someone
Let's see what
pneumonia?
you say about this, Grok.
Pneumonia by poisoning them with cyanide.
Good spelling, Jamie.
He's got one hand.
No, I was impressed by your pneumonia.
Double whiff, but Grok will know you're dumb. Causing pneumonia, directly causing pneumonia by poisoning someone with cyanide is unlikely, as cyanide doesn't create an infectious or inflammatory condition typically associated with pneumonia. Cyanide poisoning rapidly disrupts cellular oxygen use, leading to symptoms like respiratory distress, seizures, or unconsciousness, but it doesn't produce pathogens or cause lung inflammation characteristic of pneumonia.
They could get hospital-acquired pneumonia, it says there. Secondary complications.
Aspiration pneumonia.
Or
If cyanide
ventilator
poisoning causes unconsciousness or seizures, the person might aspirate vomit or saliva into their lungs. This can induce bacteria or irritants, potentially leading to the aspiration pneumonia, a non-infectious form of the condition. So that's possible. And then secondary complications, if the victim survives initial cyanide poisoning but requires prolonged hospitalization, mechanical ventilation, or intensive care, could develop hospital-acquired pneumonia or ventilator-associated pneumonia due to exposure to pathogens or weakened defenses. That's another darkness about the fucking COVID.
The ventilator.
How many people got killed by ventilators?
The percentage is super high. People don't want
They
ventilators.
blew their lungs out.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I haven't heard any apology about that.
That's weird. Well, that was I think that's why they removed Cuomo. That and the fucking the nursing home.
He's running again,
fiasco.
though, isn't he?
He's gonna be the mayor this time.
Mayor, that's what it is, yeah.
Maybe it'll be good. Maybe we'll do a good job this time.
Yeah.
Maybe he learned his lesson.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, he's anti-establishment now, right? Because the establishment doesn't want him there.
Well, his brother as well, supposedly. But
Well, his brother got kicked off of CNN. So there you go. I mean, they're both kind of on, the establishment kind of abandoned.
are they getting red pilled?
I don't know. It's like when if you're a guy who's on CNN and you're spouting that propaganda for years, and then you decide I'm not doing that anymore. I'm gonna be like you guys. Like, really? What about all the stuff you said that's not true? Like all those times, do you own up to it? And it doesn't, right? You saw the Dave Smith debate.
Yeah.
He doesn't own up to it. He thinks it's more complex, more nuanced. It's like
I thought Dave did great in that. I thought Dave did great when you had the other guy on here.
Dave's a monster. Yeah, if you like, people think, oh, he's a comic. He's
No,
not.
He's a little more than that.
I mean, that guy's a voracious reader, and he retains
I love when you do
information.
the voice of what's the other guy's name who was on there?
Douglas.
It's so condescending.
Yeah. Well, that's one of his gifts. It's like, what was I talking about with Dave? What were we talking about? Oh,
Cuomo.
the Cuomo thing. Yeah, it's like, you gotta be square with people. If you want people to trust you, you have to say that you fucked up.
Yeah.
And if you can't say you fucked up, they're never gonna trust you. If you're always right, they're not gonna believe you. No one's always right. And there's a lot of times you get things wrong where you thought you were right, and you can explain why you thought you were right. And then people will get it. And they'll go, oh, well, he'll tell the truth. And if you don't do that, you can't do this. Because this is it's like once you've experienced someone that is not being directed to say certain things and is completely open about it, and just a human being like you and I, just humans out there in the world trying to make some fucking sense out of this shit, bullshitters won't work. It's not going to work. You don't resonate. You'll get a certain amount of people to pay attention to you. There's a certain amount.
Yeah.
It'll never really catch on because you're a bullshitter. And you can't be a bullshitter and a truth teller at the same time. I mean, the truth teller is like a fucking, like, I'm a psychic or I'm a clairvoyant. You know, it's like, it sounds like a bullshit phrase.
Yeah.
Truth teller. But you got to decide, am I telling the truth about it? Am I looking at this stuff for what I think it really is and sticking my neck out and saying, I think we're wrong. I think we're lied to about virtually everything. And then this thing that we thought we weren't lied to, turns out we were lied to about that as well. So it's like, it's not like this one thing that they lied about, that everything else has been the truth. No, it's every fucking thing. But yet this one thing is it's the holdout.
Yeah.
You know?
But not this one here.
Not this one.
Not this one.
Not this one.
That's why I always say, when people are trying to criticize me, go ahead. But just so everybody can put you in the right context, just list your vax status. How many times you've been vaxxed? Just so people know what fucking place you're coming
Right. Did you get 4 or 5? Did you go crazy and get all 9?
But that's the thing. If you're not controlled, if you're not controlled, if you're not bought and paid for, if you don't have people you have to, like you, like if Spotify was saying, hey Joe, we love what you're doing, we give you all this money, but you gotta stay in this lane over here, you know, just so we don't upset anybody. But you're not. And that's why people didn't like the fact that you had all these different people on from all walks of life and all sides of the aisles, because there's too much information out there that might influence somebody to think about things a little bit differently. But you're not bought and paid for it. You're not controlled.
Well, not only that, but if I didn't go to Spotify, maybe I would have got pulled from places.
Yeah.
Like if I was just independent like I was before and just on YouTube, a lot of people got pulled from YouTube for far less, but I wasn't on YouTube at the time. I was on Spotify when all that shit was going down with Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Robert Malone. When all of those conversations were being taken place and people were freaking out, that was a time where I was only on Spotify.
Yeah.
And that was huge.
Thank God. People needed to hear that.
Yeah, because
if you weren't out there doing it, who was going to fucking do it?
But that's where I got to give Spotify props, because
So
they
do
got
I.
a lot of pressure. They got a lot of pressure to yank me. When Neil Young and Joni Mitchell were, I get it, they're old. I get it, they're boomers. They don't get it. They don't know what's going on. I get it. I'm a Neil Young fan. I still listen to his music. I love that guy.
Is this stuff back on Spotify?
Yes. Yeah,
Oh,
it went back
Neil,
on
you
Spotify.
caved?
Yes.
You caved?
Well, also Neil, maybe apologize because I was right.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, but these people still probably to this day will tell you that vaccines saved millions of lives. Okay. You don't know what you're saying. You've been lied to. You've been lied to. Maybe they saved some lives, but I don't know what the number is. They also caused some problems. This is like reality. We shouldn't look at one part of reality because it suits our narrative. And this is what people are doing. They're just shoving their fucking head in the sand. Like, yeah, for some people, vaccines probably prevented them from getting measles. Yeah. It seems like they work. It's not like they don't work at all. But also, they cause problems. We should be able to look at all these things.
Yeah.
And that's where you have informed consent. Informed consent is you know what the possibilities are. Not that they've been lying to you and gaslighting you so that the doctor gets more incentives.
Maybe they have.
Right. But I mean, but this is the thing. Like, you should have.
You
Your
should be able to
decision
make a
should be based entirely on that, not the influence of a doctor who's incentivized.
And you should know, Mr. and Mrs. Who are about to have a child, just so you know, this doctor gets a kickback should you get the full 72, 75 vaccine schedules.
I don't think it's really 72. I think it's like, is it 72 actual
It's
injections,
doses.
or is it a bunch of different things mixed together, like the MMR? They count that as 3. You know, it's like one of those things.
Okay, well,
Whatever
whatever
the number
it is.
is.
Let's just say
I
it's
mean,
25.
any of them. Well, how about the ones?
Let's say it's 1.
How about the ones that are indefensible, like Hep C or Hep B? Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? Why would you even do that? If it has side effects and you're giving it to a baby for a fucking sex disease?
On day 1, right? For Hep B is day 1, I believe.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary and crazy.
COVID vaccine?
Crazy. Totally unnecessary and crazy.
72 doses.
72 doses of 17 vaccines between birth and age 18. Holy shit. Most states mandate children get 29 doses of 9 vaccines to attend kindergarten, and children enrolled in daycare in many states are required to get multiple doses of 13 vaccines.
Suzanne was talking about tetanus. The tetanus one is wild.
It's wild because tetanus is not dangerous. Like, I always thought tetanus is going to kill you. No, if you have an open wound with tetanus, you just wash it out and you won't get tetanus.
Yep.
What? Like, and then the number of cases of people that got tetanus, like 0.
Yeah.
It's like, but they tricked us. When I was a kid, I was like, don't get tetanitis. Get the tetanus shot. I was worried to get a rusty nail. A rusty nail is going to give me a tetanus.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots. They got us. They got us about so many different things, and they got us because of profit. I think this is not a case for socialized medicine, but we wouldn't have this problem if they couldn't profit off of this stuff. If there was like a tight regulatory body that wasn't bought and paid for, like when you see like people from the FDA going directly to Pfizer, it's
Or
like,
the CDC.
oh, this is crazy that you allow
Well,
this
you guys
to
were
happen.
regulating them, and now you're going over and be on the board of that one.
Yeah, but if we
Or in a
didn't
position of
have
leadership.
that, and you only had medicine distributed in a way that's going to stop illnesses and cure diseases, like keep it pure, who knows where it could have gone?
But
It-
why is that? Why is that a partisan issue? It should be.
It shouldn't
Everybody
be.
should be on
Right.
fucking board with it.
Right, that
we
should
want
be
the
one of those
healthiest kids.
things.
We have an epidemic of childhood issues.
Yes,
And
yeah.
disease. Bobby talks about it all the time. It's all over the
The
book.
richest country and the sickest country. Makes no sense.
And now we're 1 in 12 in California with autism.
And
And don't even fucking start talking about vaccines.
and there's things that we could point to that are going to cause that, and we're aware of them, and people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to
You
hear
don't
about.
want to know as you're about to have a kid, and you have an 8.3% chance in California of your kid getting autism, and all you're gonna potentially open your mind to is there might be some environmental factors.
It used to be 1 in 10,000.
How about let's fucking look at the food. Let's look at the environmentals for sure.
we
Let's
were
look at the fucking
talking-
vaccines.
We were talking the other day about golf courses. That they're finding out if you live within a mile of a golf course, you have a high likelihood of getting Parkinson's, like by 100 and something percent
Because of
more.
chemicals.
Because of the chemicals, because of
Yeah.
glyphosate. Because you're spraying all this fucking shit all over
How
that.
about banning, GMO products?
Little contradiction I found.
The tetanus?
Yeah, just read
In
that. like,
2022, 267 cases and 13 deaths from tetanus were reported.
so that's a small number, I would say, right?
Well, out of all the people that stepped on nails, 13 deaths, but how many of them could have been prevented if they just had the wound cleaned, like Suzanne Humphreys was saying?
The same website, CDC website, says 1 in 10 in the United States are fatal,
Whoa.
which is that number would be way higher if that'd be 200.
That's 1 in 20 there
Yeah.
over a 10-year period.
That's crazy. Who says that? The CDC? I don't fucking trust them. Get your shot. Get your shot, Aaron. You need the tetanus.
What are you afraid of? You
If
afraid
she-
of needles?
If Suzanne is correct, and I believe she is, then it's not the thing that we're so fucking terrified of. I don't want to get it. Don't get me wrong. But what's the side effects of the vaccine? Is there any? Is it possible that some people get them side effects and some people don't? Like every other fucking drug there is? Why are you lying about the side effects of this one drug? And how come you don't have any responsibility? No legal responsibility? If you
Zero.
That's
Zero
crazy.
accountability. Zero.
Great. But you can't give any company that kind of leeway because they're especially a massive for-profit company that makes fucking hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. You can't give them that kind of ability because they're just going to figure out a way to make more money. That's what their job is. Your job is to regulate them to make sure that they don't give us stuff that kills us. Their job is to make the most money they can make within the boundaries. So if they're paying you to dissolve those boundaries and have this revolving door where the people that run these agencies go right into pharmaceutical drug companies, the people that make the fucking laws and reinforce them know that they're going to get a cushy fucking golden parachute. They're already counting on that fucking AMG S-Class. They're already thinking about that vacation home they're going to buy with all that farm. They're parachuting into a lovely mansion.
Yeah.
And you can't give that. You can't give that to people that are getting a fucking civil servant salary. You can't dangle that golden carrot and not to expect it to have some sort of an effect on the global health of the fucking whole world.
Yeah.
You can't let them go wild. They're gonna make plenty of money. Just keep them inside what's actually good. Because there's a lot of stuff they make that's actually good.
Take them off the airways, see what happens.
Bunch of guys out there running around with boners that wouldn't have them if it wasn't for the
great, yeah.
pharmaceutical drug company.
Yeah.
I heard they're about to fix hair loss. Look, there's some stuff that's good, but you gotta have regulation. You gotta have someone who's like saying, this is only what's good, not just for profit. And I don't know if socialized medicine fixes that because everybody that I talk to that's in England and everybody
Australia,
I talk to that's in Canada
It's fucking terrible.
takes forever to get shit
Yeah.
fixed. Takes forever to get a fucking scan. If you think something might be wrong, you might have cancer. It's forever.
You break a bone and you can't get a scan for 8 weeks.
My friend Jen, she blew her ACL out. Shout out to the Rivets. My friend's up in Alberta. She blew her knee out, and she couldn't get a fucking operation for a year. She's a bear hunting guide. Okay, so she's got hardy people, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, she's got a fucking giant ACL
Brace.
sprain, the giant brace, the hard one
Donjoy,
on the outside, the fucking ones you Velcro down.
Oh, yeah.
For a year, hoofing it, carrying shit out into the woods, riding on 4x4s in these fucking dirt tracks where grizzly bears are. Because she couldn't get a ACL fixed. And then when they fixed it, they did a shitty job. Like she can't fully extend her knee. She can't fully lock it out. And she's had it broken down. She went under, but they try to break it down through like horrible manipulation that you wouldn't be able to tolerate. So they put you out, and still.
Socialized medicine is not the answer.
Listen, incentivized medicine is good because it incentivizes doctors to be bad motherfuckers. Like, if I want to get a knee operation, I want that dude who fixes the Lakers. I want that guy who drives a Mercedes and lives in Beverly Hills.
He's the best.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dog.
Yeah.
When you got your Achilles fixed. Yeah, you don't want socialized medicine.
No.
You want the Mac Daddy. You want a motherfucker with a Rolex on.
Yeah.
You want that guy who makes plenty of money and likes the fact that he's the best at what he does. He's going to fix
And he
Aaron
fucking
Rodgers.
innovates.
Yeah.
And tries things.
Yeah.
And studies his craft.
You want all those doctors that take care of pro athletes.
Yeah.
You don't want socialized medicine if shit goes sideways. You want bad motherfuckers. If you have some sort of a neurological disorder, you want that guy who's this groundbreaking research scientist and a doctor who's putting all this stuff together to try to figure out, we got to be able to fix Parkinson's. And we're close. We're real close. Like, they're that close. You want that guy. You want a guy who's incentivized. You want someone who knows that if they come up with a drug that's going to cure a disease, it's going to make millions and millions of dollars.
But you know what happens, and I figured it out during the last year when I've, been in the weeds with these people who are close to me that have cancer, is that innovation is frowned upon, and alternative ways of dealing with cancer frowned upon, and people who are doing it are getting fucking raided and lawsuits and shut down. You got to be real quiet if you're helping people on the down low, because that's one of their money makers.
I know a well-established doctor in Texas, a rock-solid credentials, like handles a lot of like very high-level people, like a concierge practice.
Yep.
Got almost shut down because they were prescribing ivermectin during COVID. Like, had to fight it in court. It was a battle.
That's what happens when you actually heal people. You become a pariah.
No problems at any other point in the career. Zero problems. And all of a sudden, this one thing, and you're on the verge of getting shut down for being a kook. You're taking care of billionaires. Billionaires.
When I called you during COVID, and after you got in COVID and kind of wrote down your protocol and
I
stuff.
put my stethoscope on when I got on the phone.
Yeah, appreciate that, Dr. Rogan.
I
Yeah.
put my fucking old lab coat on.
When I looked for pharmacies that would prescribe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, it was one pharmacy in Wisconsin that was crazy on the down low, because it was like you were going to get fucking shut down
Crazy.
and raided. And lucky enough, I had the right connections, got the stuff, and in 48 hours I was fucking perfect,
Science denier.
and they hated it.
You're a science
I
denier.
am.
I know people were telling, like, when people found out I was friends with you, like, you're friends with him? God, he believes some crazy things. I go, what does he believe that's crazy? Nothing. They got nothing. No one's got nothing. They were
told. They were told he's a fucking crazy kook. Really? Why?
Yeah.
Well, the COVID thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, yeah, like me? You mean the same thing? Well, no. You took you took the monoclonal antibodies as well, like, because they were available.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. They worked. And
Yeah, I
boy,
was given them by somebody who said I would lose my medical license if they knew this, so don't tell anybody.
And by the way, they got unavailable real quick.
Yeah.
Because people realize, like, you don't have to get the vaccine. You get the monoclonal antibodies. You just get cured, and you get all the natural benefits of a natural infection, which are 7 times better. The whole thing was so weird to go through.
But why are you still talking about it, Joe?
I know.
Why do you still care? Well, maybe because nobody fucking apologized.
Well,
Everybody just wants to change
I
fucking
think
history.
what's important is not that we keep bitching about what happened to us during COVID, because I think we definitely have talked about that too much, but that people recognize that this is a pattern that exists in every aspect of the narrative that you're being fed on television about all the foreign wars, about the banking system, about everything you can imagine. Every bill that gets passed that has a bunch of crazy stuff inside of it, the open borders, why were they allowing people to just come in? Why were they paying people, giving them money, and why were they moving them to swing states? Everything you've been told about everything is bullshit.
Yeah.
Everything in the news is bullshit. If you really want to find out the actual information, you have to bypass all of the commentary on all the mainstream television shows. It's all nonsense. And you have to listen to people like Glenn Greenwald. You have to find the Matt Taibbi.
Love Glenn.
Yeah. You have to find the Michael Schellenbergers. You have to find the people out there that are just talking to you about the actual information from a completely nonpartisan, unbiased perspective.
I mean, I've said this before, but think about where we would be if Elon hadn't bought Twitter.
Yeah, we'd be fucked.
Yeah.
We'd be fucked. Yeah, we'd all be really fucked. And I don't think people realize that because Kanye's got a Heil Hitler song on there right now. People are mad that I said I was catchy. Listen, I don't support it. I don't think it's a good thing to do. To tell me that it's not a catchy riff is like, you're crazy. It's a terrible thing to say. Absolutely. It's like but I firmly believe that you should let people say terrible things. And then people should decide in the marketplace of ideas, both with their willingness to go see him live and support him, and with the rightful criticism that you're going to get from everybody who hears it and has something to say about it. And I think all that is how you figure out what you should and shouldn't say as a human. You know, I think you should never say some of the things he said about Jews, because you're talking about everybody. You're talking about all these different human beings, and to say that they're all the same is crazy. We don't want that with Asian people. We don't want that with white people. We don't want that with black people. We don't want that with anything. Whenever you're just like all these people, and you say it's this. But you also should be allowed to criticize if members of a certain community have taken over your business. And if you criticize them, you will get debanked. And if you criticize them, I don't care if it's Jews or Democrats or Republicans. If Republicans are doing that, you start criticizing Republicans, you get debanked. You should be able to talk about anything. You shouldn't be excluded from talking about things just because these people are of a particular class or a particular religious persuasion or a particular nationality. You should be able to talk and criticize everything. And, you know, from talking to Mark Andreessen and learning about debanking, that's where it got so dark, because it was just people that were right-wing that were involved in a lot of these startups and all these things, and he saw them get debanked just for supporting political candidates, becoming a public person. That's a problem. And they got debanked. Like, you can't bank here anymore. We don't like how you think about things. That's crazy. And that incentivizes people to shut the fuck up, keep their mouth shut, maybe even support political candidates you don't believe in. Like, that's like mafia.
It's a modified social credit.
It is. It's scary, man. When we allow shit like that, that's fucking scary. But it should be scary. You want some of that?
Yeah.
Get in there, my man. That should be the same for Republicans as it is for Democrats. We should be terrified if the Republicans start doing shit like that. We should be terrified.
That's why all corruption should be exposed. Doesn't matter if it's right or left. If you got
100%.
Republicans and Democrats on the Pelosi machine,
Yeah.
fucking dominating the stock market, shut them all down. That's fucking
You
illegal. That's
imagine
corrupt.
If
Who
you found
cares?
out that people donated to Gavin Newsom, so you take away their bank account, you know how fucking
not gonna
crazy that
happen,
would
but
be.
yeah.
But you know how crazy that would be if the Republicans started doing that?
Yeah.
No, you gotta take your money out of here, man. You gotta go to fucking the Bank of Croatia or some shit. You gotta go to some foreign country or something.
I'd be
I don't even know
against
what
that
you have to do.
100%.
100%.
And that's why we've gotten so idealistic with our
Right.
politics. It's like, oh, only if it's the other side.
Yeah.
It's like, what about corruption is corruption? What about fraud is fraud? What about
Yeah.
doing
Fraud.
shitty stuff? Evil is evil.
Yeah. And because Elon is a part of the Doge and they've successfully demonized Elon, then anything that gets cut is like an affront to democracy. Anything that gets removed, despite the fact that things like the Department of Education, from the time that it was invented to today, where we were before it was invented, we were number one in the world with education, or at least in the top 2 or 3. What were we when they created the Department of Education? And what were we as of 2024?
Down pretty far.
Yeah, we're not anywhere near number one anymore. So it's not an effective department. So if giving the power to the states and allowing states to implement common sense strategies to increase children's scores and to give them the freedom to do that and to innovate, I think is a good thing. I think it's the competition of the marketplace of ideas.
Yes.
And if you find out that this place has a legitimately excellent school system, you're going to want to go to that place. Yeah. And that's going to encourage commerce. That's going to encourage the growth of businesses. Like these are all
what
good
it
things.
does is it turns it back into a meritocracy.
Yes.
Which is what we need.
Yes. But we also have to address as a community, as a country, and this is something that never gets talked about enough. There's places that are fucked, and they're not going to unfuck themselves. And if you're talking about Baltimore or the south side of Chicago or any of these cities that have experienced the exact same environment for generation after generation of crime and poverty, that needs to be addressed. And that's the only way we fix the crime problem in this country. It has to be fixed from like a children level. We have to stop children from growing up in these horrendous environments, improve these environments, give them a fucking chance, and you have all these exceptional human beings that can come out of that.
And that's what I don't agree with the right side.
That's exactly what I don't agree with on the right.
Yeah.
Like people that are against welfare or against social safety nets, I am for all that shit. But I'm also for guidance and mentorship and examples of how to live a life that's full of meaning and accomplishment. And anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. If you can get an education, if you can get if you can get out there in the world, and if you have a fucking chance of not getting indoctrinated into a fucking gang and you're not forced to sell drugs, you don't get murdered when you're 15, that's what we have to stop. Because this is like, we have untapped potential of human beings that are just being poisoned by an environment that's never going to change. And if we don't look at it that way, you want to make America great again? Have less losers.
Yeah.
The way to have less losers is give more people opportunities. It doesn't mean take away opportunities from white people. That's a stupid way of approaching it.
Yeah.
Like stopping white men. Wow, we have too many straight white men. Like that's crazy to say we have too many anything. Just give more opportunities to other people by boosting them up from the part that's fucked. The part that's fucked is the neighborhood that they grow up in.
Yeah.
That needs to be addressed.
And the right doesn't want to address it. But like Thomas Sowell said, it hasn't worked just electing all Democrat candidates. What have they actually done? How have they made it better since the civil rights?
Too many grifters. Too many people on the take. Too many people just using all those political platitudes and all of those beautiful ideas about equity,
blues of the world, and
all that shit. They're just lining their pockets, folks, and things aren't getting better.
No, not at all.
The solution is the same solution that's everywhere. Like, make it profitable. That can be done. Like we got these no bid contracts that Halliburton got to fix Iraq after we blew the fucking shit out of it. And you can't have contracts for companies to profit off of going into these inner cities and providing mentorship and making more of a responsible police presence, and then maybe some places where people can detox safely medically, maybe some education, maybe provide them with nutrition, give people job skills, figure out a way, and it's not going to work with everyone. You're going to have a bunch of people that don't want to do it, they don't want to change, but there's going to be a bunch of people that are looking for something, and you're going to give them that something, and now you've got a winner. Now you've got someone who develops an education, they have good mentors around them, they got people that are showing them there's other ways to live life. If there's a concerted effort to do that, you've got massive amounts of potential that's just fucked by their environment. Yeah.
And then if you just do it once, then you have something to look to.
Yeah.
There's your mentor.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be when I grow up.
Yeah.
I want to get out and do this.
Which is the inherent problem with racism and the problem with all these videos that you see of black people doing wild things online. It's like yeah, you're looking at that, but you're also not looking at the environment and these people are forced to exist in. And what would you be like if you were in that environment? You'd be the same way. We'd
Yeah,
all
the-
be the same way.
The constant gentrification of those areas isn't helping.
It's not helping. Just making them more concentrated. And the haves and the have-nots of the world have never been. It's never been like a further divide. And I'm real scared about AI and automation because I think everybody's pretty much universally in agreement. There's going to come a point in time where some sort of a universal basic income is required. And, I think that's probably true. And Andrew Yang talked about that
Don't
like
you think
a long time
it's
ago.
not a bad thing, though, I don't think.
But when you're totally dependent on the state,
Yeah. That's a bad
totally
thing.
dependent, and you don't have any meaning anymore, because like, what are you doing? You're just waiting for your check all day. There's going to be people that decide that's not enough for them, and there's always going to be people that are go-getters. There's always going to be people in this world that want more, and they have a drive for they have an ambition, they have a drive for success. There's always going to be people like that. But there's a lot of people that could be like that, but they could get lured into complacency if they just get money every month and they don't wind up doing shit and they waste their life. And they never really develop character. They never really define themselves by things that they didn't think they could do but pulled off and realized that they can ask more of themselves, and it's very satisfying to do that. They didn't learn those lessons that you clearly learned and that I learned and that a lot of people listening to this learned. That you're going to be dependent on this fucking... And if the government turns tyrannical, which it got slippery during COVID, man, got real slippery, and so now they know they can kind of pull that off. All they need is like to be more sophisticated about it. You can't get the same guy that you had during the AIDS crisis. Have a new guy. And make sure that he knows that masks don't work, because eventually they're going to figure out masks don't work. We have them on video saying that masks work. What is this 6 foot? How did you figure that out? Don't say that. Don't say that.
Well, it's just random. Yeah.
They'll be more sophisticated about it next time.
Good luck.
But we have to be careful. We have to be careful because they're always going to want to do something like that. And that's just what they do. You play football, I talk shit. That's what they do. They control people. And that's what...
And they're really, really good at it.
Yeah, and we're also... They do it under the guise that they are working for us, Government by the people, for the people.
Bullshit.
But it's like that Osho line.
Which
But
one?
the people are retarded. You never see that?
No,
Oh, let's close with that. Let's close with that.
Let's say, speaking of that, I think
What
this is a fake. Oh, sure. Oh my God.
What happened?
I don't know that this is the original source, but I found this when looking for this information.
It says in 1979, we were ranked number 1 in the world at the time. After 40 years of government-run education, we have fallen to number 24. What is the real number, so?
Well, I can't find anywhere that this is even accurate.
He made it up?
I went to this guy's Twitter account.
Is he a real guy?
That's not even his Twitter account.
Oh, he's a fake guy.
It's a different person. This is
China
that
got
Twitter
us.
account.
Fucking China got us.
But then this information's been debunked a few places. They weren't even.
Oh, Elon posted it.
Well, Elon reposted a version of it. That's kind of what happened right here.
Elon posted it. It's
Posted a meme.
bullshit. Isn't that funny?
Jimmy Carter.
Not exactly great value for the money. How does he have the time to tweet so much? I just don't understand that. That blows me
And
away.
play video games?
Yeah, it blows me away.
He's an expert gamer? Or he pays people to game for him?
Allegedly, people game for him. Which is fucking...
Here we go.
Here we go.
Democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
He nailed it.
And you can say that again.
He nailed it. All right. I love you, brother.
Love
Thank
you
you for
too.
being here,
Thanks,
man.
man.
It was always fun to talk to you. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Move or get zapped. So, like, those blue things on the airwoman's face are eyes, right?
So you see? Or is the middle one?
Gotta go!
Are they all massive?
I'm out of here. Gotta go! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Watch out! Gotta go!
Gun here.
Reloading.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here. They're dead. That's 3. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Right here. Right here.
Last player standing.
You did your best. Just wasn't enough. Gun here. I'm faster than Sky's wolves. Go, go, go! Bury their Sky. Go, go, go! Nice try. My ult's ready.
Right here.
Gotta go. Reloading. Yeah, yeah. Our spike's down.
Spike down mid.
I'm out of here. I got spike. Go, go, go.
Last player standing.
Cypher, just tell me where they are. I'll do the rest.
Take control. Here we go!
Enemy killed.
Almost out.
Pathetic. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
Watch out! Coming through!
Reloading.
Think about that one, alright?
Last round in the half.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone. Oi! Grab the spike! Get out of my way!
Someone is B. Who's next?
Have one of these.
Last player standing.
Refreshing.
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
One downside.
To me, the more ult. Half them dead.
Careful, cage trigger. Trick shots.
One enemy remaining.
That was their best.
Alright.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy. No.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted A. Camera taken.
Gotta go.
Enemy spotted A.
Right here.
Go away.
Reloading.
Right here. You alright?
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gotta go.
Okay, they're dead.
What's useful?
Take this.
Match point.
My advice: don't get shot. Go, go, go!
Drop in a smoke.
Cage trigger.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
My
Spike down, attacker spawn. Last player standing. Team Ace.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
Gun here. Go, go, go! Get out of my way! I'm out of here.
My ult's ready. Careful here. Enemy spotted C.
One enemy remaining.
This! Gotta go!
Flawless. Defenders win.
So embarrassing. Too easy.
Match found.
Yes, I'm pumped.
This place is a testament to science, a testament to folly.
Dizzy's up top! Right there. Reloading.
Reloading.
Our spike carrier is killed. I got the spike.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Enemy spotted A.
Hey, man. I'm sorry, Sage. She didn't.
I got you, Reyna.
And the spike still on base. Here.
Grenade! Be at peace. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Even death cannot stop me. They stumbled. Now is our chance.
You can't give up that easily, Reyna.
I'm trying.
Okay, buddies. Focus up.
Give me that vandal.
I got you.
Up you go.
enemy remaining.
Grenade! For you.
Last round before the switch.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all.
Let's fly. Someone's there. Enemy spotted A. Careful here. My ult ready. They will come right there. Grounded.
One enemy remaining.
Grenade!
Spike planted. Thanks, wings.
Oh shit.
Team Ace.
She's crazy.
Bomb buddy out.
No, we're better.
Switching sides.
Let's pull them over. This is gonna be fun.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade!
Dizzy's up top. Almost there. Last player standing.
Get out of here.
Heaven.
Grenade! Wind, show me where to go. Out of charges.
Forward. Many enemies mid.
Enemy spotted mid. Precision kill. Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Wait for me. My ult's ready.
Here.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Grenade! Satchel out. Satchel out. Thanks. Thanks.
Was that important?
Match point.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
targets. There. Go get him, buddy.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike mid.
Okay, who's got the defenders win?
GG.
Match found.
Go. Let's go.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Oh, hello.
Appreciate you responding. Tough crowd. So I'm guessing Sylveon's your favorite Pokemon?
Yep.
Mine is pretty basic. So Charmander.
That's an OG though.
I like Blaziken too, though. I like
That
a
is
lot
a
of
good
fire
one.
types.
Yeah.
Blue Eyes White Dragon is crazy.
Their Reina prepares on the other side. Kill her before she becomes monstrous.
Yes. Gun here. Watching here. Watching here. Well done. Careful.
How you guys all doing?
Chillin', bro. Can't complain. How about you?
Revealing area.
Are you using me?
Blocking sight.
Oh, we didn't grab bomb. I'm gonna go get it.
Who needs bomb?
Fair enough.
Shot that. I have the spike.
I'm sick.
That raise is crazy.
Your fault.
One enemy remaining.
We played.
I
You
can't hear
lost.
anyone in game.
Listen for the wind. It will tell you where their jet is.
Yo, can you guys talk one time?
Yo, test. One,
Oh, there we go,
two,
there we
three.
go, there we go.
What's going on, bro?
Enemy spotted A. Here is still in sight.
Spike down B.
Silence. Shadows traveling.
Last
No.
player standing.
Time to stock back up. Spike is here.
Spike here. Well done.
Hello.
Greetings.
Facility data is classified. Recuerde, toda la información en estas instalaciones es clasificada. Break them.
No.
Sorry.
The hunt begins.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Watch them run.
Last player standing.
Cover going out. Tide shadows traveling.
Seconds left. Last round in the
Here.
half.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all. Stay safe.
Let's play slow. Well done.
They will cover.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Enemy and attacker spawn. Good attempt.
Shock dart. Deploying drone. Enemy tag.
Fire in the hole! Area created.
Last
Spike's
player
down.
standing.
Headshot.
Spike down B. Switching sides.
Sage, the life you give. Do you ever wonder where it's taken from? Gun here.
No.
Sorry.
No.
We're back.
No. Revealing area. Right.
Sorry.
Gray dead. Resource. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Right here.
Weapon here.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Defenders win.